अस्सलाम वालेकुम भाई लोग, क्या हाल चाल है। उम्मीद करता हूँ सब ठीक ठाक होंगे, खैरियत से होंगे। हम आ चुके हैं लाइव। इंशाल्लाह देखेंगे कि आज कुछ अच्छा गेम प्ले निकाल सकें। कौन जी भाई? हाँ भाई बोलो भाई, कौन जी भाई, क्या हाल है भाई? कौन जी अवेलेबल? अपना अभी तक यूसी नहीं दिया। यूसी 400 सब्सक्राइबर पे है ब्रदर। आप पढ़ते नहीं हो क्या? 400 सब्सक्राइबर पर। अपना अभी तक यूसी नहीं दिया, 400 सब्सक्राइबर पर है ब्रदर। कौन जी भाई? 300 सब्सक्राइब पर हमने दिया ना यूसी। आप नहीं थे, आपको नहीं। हैं, देखते हैं क्या होने वाला है। इंशाल्लाह कुछ अच्छा गेम प्ले निकालेंगे। सही है, अब तो मचाते हैं। भाई आज इतना जल्दी, हाँ आदम यार, कल नहीं आए थे ना अपन, तो आज जल्दी आके ज़रा पूरा वो कर रहा हूँ मैं, क्या बोलते हैं अपने, आज वैसे भी जुम्मा है ना, थोड़ा जल्दी आके ज़रा खेलना है, समझे आदम ने। कौन कौन आ चुके हैं हमारे साथ? अयाज बॉय का अबूल, हॉल पे कोई कुछ बोल रहा है क्या? अरे ये क्या होगा रे? ये कैसा रहे भाई? पहली गेम है यार, हाथ बिठाना होगा। अच्छा अरे भाई रे, कहाँ से लेके जाता है भाई?
Help! Help! I need a weapon.
वेलकम होगा चैट वालों, सारे बंदे मिलके यार लाइक कर देना यार प्लीज़, ठीक है।
شباب نزلتكم دعوة تعالوا لو شباب، نزلتكم دعوة تعالوا.
Watch out! Help! Watch out! Please recall me. Please recall me.
This ends now, Megatron.
Prime still breathes. How tedious.
Help!
अरे आखी
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Help!
अरे काहे नहीं देख रहा रे भाई, मैं इतने मार का कर।
Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you. Please recall me. Please recall me.
हाय 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 हाय, तो मार का कर रहा, दीवाना दिख रहा नहीं उधर, मेरे को डाउट हुआ ऊपर से आ गया था बन के।
Help!
खूनी जगह उतरा है इन्हें, देखेंगे रिकॉल मिलता है या नहीं। बंदे हैं शायद इसलिए नहीं उतरा।
Please recall me.
अरे बंदे हैं। वाह भाई वाह, हो गया काम। अरे हट, इधर से भाग, इधर से। तो मार रहे भाई, चले यार। अरे इधर से राइट से आ रहा है एक। अरे वाह, दोनों को जाकर टपका दे। हेल्थ मार ले बाबा। अरे फैशन में आया तो मार देते रे ना तेरे।
Awesome, awesome.
हेल्थ मार लाउडू।
Please recall me.
अरे हेल्थ मार रे। पब्लिक इन्हें अलग काले छूताड़ा बता रहा है इन्हें। खाली लूटने में जुड़ाना है बोला। चलो जाने दो, कोई मसला नहीं। क्या बोलते चैट वालों? अच्छा, अपन ये देखेंगे यार। ग्रोइंग पैक चालू होगा। ओके, अपने को क्या देखना था? वर्कशॉप में, द लैब में अपने को गन वो करना था यार। ऑन गन निकालो अपने। मैं थोड़ा एएस के बारे में सोच रहा था। एएस इफेक्ट ये है दो इसमें। ओके, फिर ये स्कैरल इफेक्ट ये है दो इसमें। ओके, तो थोड़ा अपन एएस को अपग्रेड करेंगे। लेवल 2, फिर अपन स्कैरल को मारेंगे लेवल 2। क्या बोलते हैं भाई लोग? ये रे यहाँ से ट्रेल मिल गया। देखो क्या बात है पब्लिक। टीजर में क्या पड़ा? फायर आर्म में कहते, फायर आर्म में स्कैरल का बड़ा। अरे बेहतरीन जी, 100 जबरदस्त। स्कैरल का बड़ा 100। अपन मैच स्टार्ट करते हैं, देखते हैं क्या होता है। और चैट वालों, और सुनाना चैट वालों, क्या हालचाल है? सब मज़े में?
Good luck, mates.
اخوة اهل العام خوات يا بسوريين انتونا بلدين
हॉल पे सुनो खाली भाई लोग तुम लोग
واويدهم مستورين.
हॉल पे सुनो खाली क्या बकवास चल रहा
واحد سوري بالطيارة، اكو سوري بالطيارة قبل امك صارتنا صارت امك سليم علم الله سليم علم الله. بس وانا راح اصلي بالخمس يمكن اروح للمنزلين يا اخويا.
कुछ समझ में आ रहा चैट वालों
فاقن التل تلقى فيه تل.
Keep quiet.
हाँ चैट वालों लाइक कर देना यार जितने भी बंदे देख रहे हैं
أنقذني يرحم أمك. Head toward this point.
काम कर भाई तू लिटा के लेके गए थे अपना काम हो जाता अपन क्या करते हैं इधर चंडी मारने की कोशिश करते हैं क्या है
नहीं कछु
Help! Awesome.
अपन को बंडी नहीं मिली रे भाई वो भाई अपन को बंडी नहीं मिली रे बंडी मिल गई
Help! لا تطلق. Awesome.
ابقى ورايا.
पूछूं मैं गाड़ी आया रे बाबा
Watch out!
क्या बोलते हैं चैट वालों
الحقوني في حد مستخبي عندي
Awesome. Awesome. Watch out!
This ends now.
Awesome.
Prime still breathes. How tedious.
बोलते हैं भाई लोग इसको अरे ड्रैप ही नहीं खोले लोग अरे ठहर जा रे, ये चप्पू चबाना खाली भाग रहा रे, चप्पू चबाना। चलो अपन गाड़ी निकाल लेते हैं यहाँ से। अरे 18 ही पब्लिक बाकी है।
इंतजार करें। I got supplies.
इन दोनों की फाइट हो गई।
Someone has been here.
क्यों भाई, मज़ा आया नहीं आया? अच्छा हटवा लो।
Marked a location.
हट जा भाई, मैं मेरी गड्डी लेके आता हूँ।
Attack the mark.
الحقوني، في حد مستخبي عندي. الحقوني، في حد مستخبي عندي. الحقوني، في حد مستخبي
Attack the
عندي.
mark. Watch out! Marked a location. Watch out! Marked a location. Head toward this point. Watch out!
पट्टा मिशन कर लिया। और सुनाओ छठ वालों। कहाँ की भेज दिया इन्हें अपने को। हाँ अपने को गन लगाने का था यार। क्या बोलते हैं अपने एआर में। एस किधर है? एस। और इस कैरल में है ये।
मजे दी काश हम भी सामने
It is
गंदी पई है
showtime.
उन जरा बिल्कुल मेरे मुंह पे आया ना शॉट
It is showtime. It is showtime.
مين ملزق
ओए यार ये फिर शटअप बोल रही है रुक जा साइको मैं तुझे बताता हूँ शटअप आई हेट शटअप लव यार दिल गलती करती ये होता साइको गलती करती Oh, hello, Habibi. Habibi, hello. Nice to meet you, Habibi.
पीछे से मार दिया रे। अरे ये अंदर ही बैठा हुआ है रे। वो इसके लिए चलेगा। आवाज सही आई थी यार मेरे को। कोई मसला नहीं। बहुत बुरा क्या, बहुत बुरा क्या। 4 एमएस क्या हो रहा है भाई?
وين بتنزلون؟
पूरे बढ़ गए। चलो अच्छा है
يا أخي ليش ناس يقولوا لي صوتك عالي وناس يقولوا لي صوتك خفيف. والله إن يقولوا لي ناس إنه خفيف ما يسمع. أوكي. شكل البلا من عندي كان ما يدخل.
لا تطلق لا تطلق لا تطلق. انقذني يرحم امك.
ليش تموتون انتو بفهم يعني.
Please recall me.
Okie dokie.
Got it.
पहले निकली रोनी जो निकली और छुट्टियां हो गई थी। खाली है बीच की इनमें बनवा की 4-5 की है मिक्स कर सही ये शराब है सही है
Okie dokie.
थोड़ा में ये
थोड़ा गन ले हाथ में ही रे।
Please
थोड़ा
recall
गन ले
me. Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you.
गन लेट हाथ में आ गई रे बाबा। और कौन बचे हुए?
Okie dokie.
Please recall me. Got it. Watch out. Watch out.
Mark the location.
Watch out.
Watch out.
Please recall me.
Please recall me.
इन लोगों को दम कर।
Mark the location.
Mark the location.
अरे लोगों की गेम ही नहीं चल रही यार। हाँ? इसलिए माँ की गिर एमएस की वाट लगी हुई है। इन्हें जहाँ जा रहा बहुत ही खतरनाक खूनी रिकॉल है भाई लोग।
जिन्ना कहने भी अभी प्रो ना हम जाते
भाग जा भाई।
प्रो देखते तो जिधर भी मैंने रिकॉल कर रिकॉल होगा ना और रिकॉल नहीं किया क्या पेश की
Please recall me.
Please recall me.
ज़्यादा रिकॉल क्या लगता ओह अल्ट्रा प्रो मैक्स प्रो
अरे तो सीधा भगाया तो।
सारे करके अरबी 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 पाकिस्तान के बीच अगर 10-20 मिनट मैं सौ उधर भी एक रिकॉल है
Please recall me.
Please recall me.
मेरे को वस्ती के लिए आसान काम करते हैं
Help. Help.
अरबी आई कि पाकिस्तान अभी भी बड़ा और भी सीरीज और जापान और भी हाँ अमेरिका या पता नहीं किधर और भी हाँ पता नहीं किधर अगे अरबी
ما استدعيكم يلا شو اللي انا اقدر
لا 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 لا
खाली लूट रहे हैं ना भाई लोग।
I got supplies. Please recall me.
Please recall me.
لا
Please recall me.
Please recall me.
لا
لا.
Yine bana Pakistan doğru düştü. Dünyanın bir bakıya ne iş var bir yapacağız.
Please recall me.
Please recall me.
Please recall me.
Please recall me.
Got it.
Got it.
Ne merak etsin.
I got supplies.
I got supplies.
हाँ वो गाने जो निकल जाती है चुप्पू ज़्यादा चलन वाला
अरे क्या बुरा लूट रहा भाई ने वहाँ किरी किरी खाली है खड़े हुआ है जब से
कब पे क्या कर रहा नूर खान देखो number two, please recall me, brother, recall me, brother.
Please recall me.
Please recall me.
वाह क्या बुरा लूट रहा भाई ने गेम खेलने आया नहीं लूटने आया खाली समझ में नहीं आ रहा है हाँ भाई लोग
I need attachments.
I need attachments.
Please recall me.
Please recall me.
क्या बुरा लूट रही महिला
I got supplies.
I got supplies.
brother recall me यार just अपने अपने
Let's go.
Let's
Watch
go.
out.
Watch out.
Please recall me.
Please recall me.
Got it.
Got it.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie.
Help.
Help.
Please recall me.
Please
Got
recall
it.
me. Got it.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie.
मैंने टीममेट अभी भी एक दफा ही रिकॉल करके फिर
इधर से गाने पे देता है
Awesome.
राइट से आ रहा है
Thanks.
मालूम था मेरे को पूरा मरता ही नहीं इन्हें भी जाती है। ये गोली की लगते ही खत्म, इन्हें मरना यार। क्या हो रहा है? इन्हें मरना, इन्हें क्या खतरनाक खेल होगा भाई इसके साथ। ये लड़कों के साथ स्कैम हो चुका है। अभी हम देखेंगे कि मैचेस किधर चल रहे हैं। सही है।
Going to be in position to see if they can snatch away any points, dealing some damage, chipping down the Falcons. Would be a nice way to get started for them. See the roam up from Power again as well. Always on our screens at the minute. Thunder Talks here playing inside the compound. You get one clean knock from King, coming alive already.
Vahiden dropped. Thunder Talks do have nades to play around with, so can send them this way. And there's only so many places you can play around this coastal area. DRX is finding a huge amount of success from that high ground they're playing towards the center of the circle at the moment. It's so hard to pass by them, especially for Nongshim Red Force, who are currently trapped over towards Ruins. Hoping, praying that it moves over towards Ruins side on those central circles. King will pick up Vahiden. Al-Haji is down, and Power's run looks to start to come crashing down easy. We'll just try and de-escalate the scenario inside that shack.
Steal from the other side of the coast as well, actually. Yaga Galacticos being able to rip that 1 point away. But that just sets the alarm bells for Regnum Karya, Loxy and Toshpik. From up top of the hillside, they get vision, take some bullets down range and claim one back of their own.
It's a horrible approach for Regnum Karya. And they have to send it. Romeo should have heard that. Loxley's going to send forward, so at least they have a player in the back line there. Nope, never mind, both get in. And Romeo yet to take shots. Plenty of bullets to make it happen as well, and Regnum Karya is almost inviting those shots their way with the way they're lazily rotating over that hillside.
Regnum Karya on the drive-by. It's a very messy landing trying to get over the bridge, and this is Alter Ego that, of course, will bite the hand that feeds immediately. Krypton goes in to close the gap. Just Toshpik, really low on health, easy maneuvers, and you shut them both down. So goodbye, Regnum Karya.
Yeah, it's an embarrassing flop on the vehicle.
Yeah.
Getting that across the shallows as well, usually fairly simple to do. I think they want to stop off over towards the bridge, but I think in that scenario, most teams have got these areas locked down. It's not the easiest game to play out, but we head up towards that northeast side, and suddenly things get a little bit more difficult, a little bit more interesting. Ruins being a big feature in this one, but Thunder Talks having this compound on the north side of it can cut out a lot of teams that want to come through on that western edge. DRX is going to struggle as they wrap around that high ground over towards Ida, who will have those nice sight lines. I'm more surprised by the fact that Scarface, as well as Ketch, have been able to live this long on Fireflux, just on 2 players. I think that's fantastic work from them.
Falcons have been biding their time. Saw an opportunity here to attempt to engage from underneath the bridge with the nade to cast that one out. Not directly on target. Romeo as well being nipped at by the zone, so he goes down. So effectively just a duo. You can see he's back towards the bridge side, not really in a great position whatsoever. And for the Falcons, vehicles to play with, good split, all 4 players alive. Smile priming the nade, resetting that one until he sees an opportunity to actually get some chip damage off with it if they go for the crash down towards the bridge. DRX as well, finally getting revenge on Fireflux.
Scarface going down there is a bit rough. Ketch should be running into Reefus from APG soon. The rest of the team's a little bit further over towards his northeast, trying to hold out versus Team Secret. As well as the split Weibo Gaming. Falcons just rock over towards Nongshim Red Force, and Narvalo's Elite's able to find one of them, but it was a quick descent into disaster here for the Falcons.
And this could go even worse quite quickly. They're attempting to pick up the pieces. Doxy goes down, but Narvalo responding, but look how low he is. DBS in the hands of Binny as well. Baiting out on the angle. A single shot is all that's required. Just trying to peek into it. Seeing if he can swing round. Dips behind the vehicle to stay alive. Alpha as well, shutting down Team Secret in the meantime.
It's good from Alpha Gaming. They've been waiting for that push for a long, long time there. Finally make it work. Now they can start thinking about their next moves. Narvalo heads in, and what a performance so far from Narvalo. The rest of the team did not find the same kind of look, but again, it's like one of those scenarios where you had hoped the Falcons would make a more aggressive push over towards the bridge and over towards Thunder Talks. Yes, there's an opportunity to push through here, but it's likely that Nongshim Red Force is holding these angles. Even so, it's not the full squad from Nongshim Red Force which is able to tear you apart. It's a little bit of a limp approach from the Falcons. Next circle pops over towards Weibo. A big old split coming through from Alter Ego, who have all 4 players alive. Now, boys placed them in Dark Horse territory, but I think me and you are kind of clear in favor of Alter Ego, enjoying their rotates. Max brought up a good point to me earlier, saying perhaps their playstyle's unsustainable. My only counter to that is that I still think they would have done great even on the games where maybe they didn't deserve to get all the points in the world because it was off the back of team mistakes, but I still think that it would have got great placements, great points in those games regardless, just because of the way they played them.
I think it's been very heads-up PUBG Mobile from them. Super cerebral gameplay. A lot more positives than really negatives to highlight whatsoever. Krypton here as well, even being able to snatch away the last man there. So Narvalo goes down 4 Falcons. You still have 2 solos, actually the 3 solos alive. Easy's still inside the little shed, bunkered down early. Kind of the secret agent in the backline of Alter Ego. Sakura as well here for E-Arena, spotting out onto Refus on the drive up. Couldn't get himself behind any hard cover, so he falls.
Yeah, it's a really hard push. APG, they couldn't send all their players down either. Refus was sent in as almost a sacrificial lamb to try and get an opening knock, but they couldn't afford to have all their team down there just in case they had to pivot. They also don't know that Ida's a weakened squad, in which case maybe they could have put pressure there. There is so many sidelines as you're passing through, though. It is unlikely that Alpha gets too much further into this game.
Easy's been able to get the backstab onto Rosemary. This is what he was waiting for so long. You kind of forgot he was there, and you paid the comeuppance because of it. Even more damage from Easy, actually. That's onto Thunder Talks. For a solo dolo for power, still being able to steal away some additional points is actually huge.
I mean, finally gets taken down, but what a run from them. 9 elims on the match. That's a good result. That's a great result. I don't know if they just got into placement point range there, but even so, it would have just been the 1 point anyway. But that does drop Alter Ego from a 4-man down to a 3, and you're losing your main man, Mr. Rosemary. Not always easy. And then again, Alva as well as Krypton have been having a big step up. It is not just the Rosemary show anymore. There's plenty more to this team.
Might actually be a good storyline for us in the booth and the viewers at home as well, because that's something we've been trying to hammer home, right? How important Alva's been for this squad. And I think this is the sort of game where this trio can prove, just like Rosemary said, it's not just me, it's the entire squad. We play off each other very well, yes, but if things go wrong, we can still pivot. Crazy maneuvers from Easy there, just before he's taken out. Harassing both Alter Ego and Thunder Talks. The push up onto Weibo. Finish that off. So E-Arena snatching away the odd point here and there. 4 players alive for that squad as well, Blank. Could be a big talking point later.
E-Arena had been a kind of eye-opening squad in terms of we saw them earlier. We're like, well, this not a team we've got our eyes glued to. But the more they've played, the more they've had these moments of success here and there. It's a hard team to pinpoint of whether they're a team that could challenge out for the first place spot or they're a team that's towards middle of the pack, because some plays are great, other plays not so much. It's hard to, I would say, pinpoint exactly how I feel about E-Arena. But there has been these good games, there has been some strong sweeps, and they're not a team that I think you could completely dismiss.
No, I think that's really fair. For me, the litmus test has been how Joker's playing as well. Feels like if he's on form, the rest of the squad really gets riled up. Alter Ego still looking menacing. Bit of a chip back over, Sakura down. 3 players alive. I mean, Krypton, it's a rough position here up on the hillside.
It's a smart one, though. You play in front of the rock because you're assuming they're going to be sending those nades over the top of it anyway because they think you're hiding behind there. If they peeked up, they would have found a clear and easy shot over towards Krypton, but he takes that risk and it pays off here. Now they get the northeast shift on the circle. They know they need to start cleaning out E-Arena soon.
Oh, Mormon. The starter step round from the side is good for 1. Get the first knock onto Alba, but Krypton and Moana playing off one another. Instantaneous response. Look at the spray down. Joker trapped in position, pinned by the barrage of bullets. You can still get the save onto your mate as well.
Yeah, this is a great time to reset, recalculate here for Alter Ego. They know they've got a prime position inside the circle to play off with the 3 players. Awesome nade from Eren over the top there. Will take down Sakura. Perfect airburst on that one as well. Despite everything, it is Ida as well as Alter Ego getting it through to the late game. Good shots from Krypton, keeps going forward. Like we said, it doesn't matter. No Rosemary doesn't mean that Alter Ego's down and out.
And I'm loving the fact that he kept the pressure on as well. Whilst the team was trying to reset themselves from the pickup and the heal, he was harassing. So you're still a little bit more paranoid. You can't take the fight to them. Ida have to stay tucked in for now. Rita's incredibly low as well.
For Ida, their big opportunity here is the shack right in front of them, the hard cover in the rock. They can get over towards it. It's big news, and Krypton had to hit that shot over towards Darkin. Now Eren moves up into position, and they find a decent nade over the back. Not quite, a little bit short here. They have a very strong position now, and that reset you were talking about does hamper them. Yes, Krypton was in position. The rest of Alter Ego weren't quite there to take shots as Ida crossed, and that was the prime time to do it.
Trying to force out the last man. Nice. Who find Doc? Okay, you remove him. Focus up on what's ahead of you then.
This is a good wrap now as well. It means they can play off the back of this hard cover. Again, approaching this position over towards Ida is not going to be easy, especially with the fact that resources, utility, extremely low on the side of Alter Ego. But what a banger of a first game. 10 eliminations, as well as a chance at a chicken dinner here.
It would be massive for them. Keep that energy going from the group stage. Show us that it wasn't a fluke. Chip damage there is going to be monumental as well.
Oh, he got no beds at all. Moana goes down. There is one shot out. Eren very low, and Krypton has to step back into cover.
Rita playing on the back foot. You're being pushed upon now. The last man. Timing is absolutely everything on this. And Alba, we said to highlight him. He's got the DBS in hand, wants to close the gap, looking to harass. And that's how Alter Ego do it. Straight back, showing us that they've got the talent, they've got the communication, and they've also got themselves the opening chicken dinner.
It's a great game from Alter Ego, and a promising one at that as well. We have it at home there saying that just because Rosemary down does not mean that this squad is not as fearsome as they come. That was an incredible match. Yes, they missed the rotate over towards Ida as they were coming across the road, but it was smartly played. And 3v4 versus E Arena as well there, where it counted. Really good plays from Alter Ego all around. But there were other things happening around the map. Easy get himself into a late game position there, getting 9 elims off the back of that one is a big result for them. And 4 Thrives going down extremely early. It's a bit shaky.
Oh yeah.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crown a new lord of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Gua ada prediksi sebelum semuanya terjadi.
Tekanan. Apa itu?
Final, saatnya kita bersinar.
Lu nggak bisa ngalahin apa yang lu nggak bisa prediksi. Kalian bakal ingat tim kita.
Number one in the groups and now number one to start off the grand finals for PMWC. Alter Ego is operating on another level. Who is going to be able to stop them? It's only one game down in the final, but that's a terrifying statement to make from the word go here, Seven.
It is, and I mean, continuing on the performance that we saw out of them in group stages, being able to control a lot of the circle. Once they felt comfortable, they started doing a 1-1-1-1 split, and that ultimately gave them the lead when it came down to Regnum Karya trying to push in. They had every angle, and it was an easy fight for this squad.
I mean, when you look at Sanhok in particular, Trifecta is just such a key transition point. They controlled it from like the early stages of the game until the very end, and it started with a hot drop against Thundertalk. They fixed it, they go boot camp, and because of that, they have an easy chance to go for the win. 23 points right out of the gate. SEA here to win it all.
Impressive high ground control, impressive fight against the arena as well to be able to salvage everything after that and then get the 23 points. It's brilliant stuff from them. Following things up as well, Alpha Gaming with 12 points, being able to position themselves after a lot of eliminations, Max, getting themselves in a decent spot to start off the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, big fight happening in Painan versus, I believe it was Team Secret, able to get the squad wipe onto that one. And actually, we were critical about Doc. He kind of saved this game for his team. They got them right into the top 3, eliminated most of DRX as they were trying to exit out of Ruins. Are we going to see them be at the bottom of the rankings and Doc MVP like in PMGO? I hope not, but it's so far, it is going that way.
If it's this kind of performance, I mean, I don't hate it from APG. As you mentioned, it came down to Doc being able to clutch up a top 3 situation for this squad. If they continue like that, one thing that I do have to kind of nitpick a little bit, even though it is Sanhok, is them losing top early. If they would have had a little bit more of those players left alive there towards the end, it would have been a lot better.
Do you know, there were so many favorite moments from this game. Do you know what my... why are you already saying?
Don't.
Do you know what one of my favorite moments was from this game? Stop him. It was both of your guys' picks going out straight away in the game. Max, what do you have to say about yourself?
So, Horror were alive.
So, yeah?
I blinked.
Yeah.
They weren't alive anymore.
That's weird.
That's all I have to say.
How about yourself, Seven, with 4 thrives?
It happens when a team decides to hot drop in the grand finals on day 1 on the first match. 4 thrives. Come on, what are we doing? To be fair, though, they said that after this, they don't really have to worry about anything else. But I don't care. 4 thrives. Please stop hot dropping, even if we're only going to be playing Sandhawk twice.
And who was my pick coming into the grand finals? What's wrong, Max? Alter Ego?
I'm annoyed.
Was it actually your pick?
Yeah, of course.
It was his pick. Barney too.
They look crazy good in the group stage, and now they're controlling crazy amounts of space. Anyway, that's by the by. Let's take a look at the highlights from this game as well.
One thing I really liked, actually, we're talking about it a little bit, Seven, during this game, is the rhythm at which Alter Ego play. Not talking about the control on Trifecta, which we already highlighted was phenomenal. Is the way they take engagements that make sense. They take a big fight, they maybe take a few knocks, full reset, bring everyone back up, get information, transition to a better position. It's just very by the book, and yet so efficient, so well executed, so snappy. The Alter Ego, I was a little bit scared that what they did in group stage, it would be hard to replicate here in the finals, but they proved us wrong right away in the first game.
The main one comes down to that scouting. I'm really enjoying the scouting that they do, and as you mentioned, just the pacing of their playing style, making sure that they do end up clearing everything. Rosemary, though, to be fair, Rosemary ended up getting caught off guard there by Power, and talking about Power, what an impressive match out of this team, too, winning that hot drop.
Yeah, very important, all things considered. It might make 4 thrives now think twice about that. They've still got 2 more Sandhawks to play here, Max, so maybe not coming back in those next 2 Sandhawks.
Look, you maybe don't want to ruin your Sandhawks when Alter Ego already created a big lead.
Yeah,
that's because it's not about you need to be top 8 to be in a good position. You need to win it all, and you're not going to do so by hot dropping on one map.
Yeah, the thing is if one member of Power isn't there, I think Alter Ego wins this even harder. They've got Rosemary and Moana just waiting for that Thunder Talk kind of rotate around on the left. What am I doing? I'm supposed to be the desk host. Go on, talk, Seven.
Good. I think, what was it? It was like 13 eliminations. I'm with you. If they would have kept Rosemary, they would have been so much more aggressive, because what we have seen this team do, which is just gain all of that control. They would have been willing to take those fights, and even at the end, when we saw them having to just slow down and get a reset, it would have been a lot faster.
Yeah, I kind of want to steal a point that you were talking about earlier, Kalaris, during the game. It's actually, they're very good at knowing the weaknesses of their position. Thunder Talk up northwest, they were trying to wrap around. They instantly understood, okay, this is our weak point. We are going to get wrapped around. They set up a little bit of a defense. Power, as we said, that one solo player that's kind of ruined it for them. They do lose Rosemary. But Thunder Talk, if they don't take care of that main threat at that point, chances are they don't win that match. So they're very, very good at just understanding what is going to be the issue in matches when it comes to taking wins.
That said, I do have a lot of hope for our Korean overlords, as I normally do in these tournaments, boys. And take a look at Nongshim Red Force going up against DRX as well. 2 teams that could do a lot here, but DRX in the distance, dodging bullets left, right, and center, then being able to shut down Nongshim Red Force. There was there's cool moments all over the place from this game, Seven.
There was. I mean, you have Narvalo being able to clutch up for Team Falcons, too. That was a pleasant surprise. Remember, last time I was talking about him, it was just getting eliminated too early on for his team. So it's good to see it now, being able to see the evolution of Narvalo. But I got to call out 3 teams, actually. 2 teams. It has to be Nongshim Red Force and Fireflux. Nongshim Red Force, I'm going to give you a bit of a slight one, because you did have a lot of the area. You had a circle that was kind of blessing you, but these 2 teams just play a little bit too passive for what the lobby is currently showing us.
Let's check in with our teams coming into Erangel. Erangel is an unbelievably important battleground here, and 4 thrives alongside Alter Ego have been able to truly thrive on this battleground, Max, but who's going to be able to do it?
I mean, if you're able to get these point averages we've seen in the survival and the league stage, right, coming in from 4 thrives, Alter Ego, if you're getting around like 6 elims, 7 elims average on every Erangel, that again, you're playing this battleground 3 times per day, you're going to start creating an even bigger lead. And the fact that Alter Ego start with a win, and they are our Erangel top fragger, bro, they're scary right out of the gate here.
Yeah, definitely. With 50% of the maps being, of course, Erangel here, you need to be performing on the grassy pastures.
Well, I mean, for 4 thrives, as I was saying, okay, you know what? Let's get out of the way with Sandhawk. You got that hot drop. Hopefully, you'll be able to learn for tomorrow. But now, going into Erangel, all their wins came in Erangel. Whenever we were in group stages, they ended up with, what was it, top 3, 4 times out of 6 matches that we played this. So they need to make sure they take full advantage of Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they'll be able to make it happen. Again, as you said, Kalaris, 50% of your matches are on this battleground, on the grassy pastures. You want to try and have some good time over there, and if any teams can be making it, all the top fraggers we just saw on that graphic could be the ones to make it happen.
Definitely. I expect we'll see a a bounce back from 4 Thrives. They're not going to go lying down. But of course, over in-game right now, you guys can get your hands on the PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival, and it's now live. Don't miss the final 3 days this weekend. Log in to summon your airdrop surprise and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers from your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win rewards. Come and join the Airdrop Carnival and unbox your surprise. Any surprises you may think of here, Seven, coming into Erangel?
That I can think of right away? No, none. I just want to see some of those teams that I ended up calling out being a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah.
Especially even if they do end up in a position where they maybe are blessed by the circle, I want to see them being a little bit more proactive, trying to get those points, trying to get those eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, one team I'm going to be looking at, especially this game, is going to be Regnum Karya. They drop in Rozok. There's no contention. There's no hot drop happening over there. They did have a really rough circle this time around on Sanhok, but Erangel is by far their best battleground. If there's any time Regnum Karya need to step up, it's right here, right now.
And for the Regnum Karya, it's going to have to come down to just being able to rotate a little bit faster. We were talking about it during that last match, Max. We're saying they're rotating way too slow. It's going to end up hurting them. Guess what? Alter Ego was already set up. And when you have teams playing like how Alter Ego is, being able to control such a big area, if you're going to end up rotating late and not being able to scout, you're just pretty much going to get eliminated.
Of course, you guys are over at home as well. Can not only be watching the stream that's going on here, but make sure to have the map feed open too live, because obviously that is going to give you huge information regarding how these teams are going to be rotating, how they're moving. And speaking of that, I paid very close attention whilst I was kind of analysing the games from day to day, how Yangon was going to be rotating on things. Because, of course, coming from Military Island is not the easiest of things you have to do in this game, Maxpan. And sometimes it was by hovercraft, sometimes it's by cars across roads and things like that. So for them, there is always that potential challenge that you've got to deal with when coming from military.
I mean, especially because, let's keep in mind, unlike in the survival stage, 4 Thrives are here. Western Bridge, occupied. Alpha Gaming, back in the lobby, drop in the military. Novo, also going to be possibly occupied. I think there was even a potential hot drop happening over there. So Yangon Galacticos, this is going to be turned up to 11 into hard mode. And we know that this is a team that surprised us. Can they surprise us when they are going to have a real tough time simply surviving on Military Island?
If there was a team that I would expect them to be able to get out of Military Island, will be Yangon Galacticos. I agree. They've been able to show it over and over again. They've been able to adjust. Yeah, even now that 4 Thrives is here and they're more than likely going to just be controlling that Western Bridge, we have seen Yangon Galacticos realize that and be willing to just take some damage from the blue zone, go all the way around into the Eastern Bridge. And even if they end up rotating late, it works out for them.
It does work out, but I'm just scared not only of 4 Thrives, because we've seen that normally their hold on Western Bridge is quite passive. They allow teams to move in if it doesn't give them a big advantage in the circle early on. My main issue is going to be when APG and 4 Thrives, APG and Yangon Galacticos try to rotate at the same time, and you're going to have this big bottleneck situation. That is really what causes team to lose a lot of players in the early game.
All I'm hearing here is a third-party opportunity for Yangon Galacticos.
Ooh. That's kind of scary. That's a really good... Anyway, let's by the by. It's time. The Grassy Pastures, Erangel, game number 2 of the day here for the Grand Finals.
Impeccable timing from the audience there, and overall, Blank, you can see it's starting to fill out right. You've got fans, you've got family, you've got support staff, everyone in the arena ready for the anticipation that's going to continue to build as we make our way through these playoff games. And I tell you what, Blank, I'm going to throw it into the mix right now. Alter Ego take back-to-back chicken dinners.
You think so?
100%.
Straight on Erangel with another Alter Ego win, huh? I mean, to be fair, yep, all support staff are here, the fans are out in force. Al-Haji's father is here cheering him on as well. A little extra pressure, you know?
Oh yeah, the legend himself in the crowd.
My dad was there, I'd be worried. I'd do a better cast. But yeah, we're heading over towards Erangel for the first time here over at playoffs. Starting over towards Quarry, heading up over towards Stauber. Very neat little playing path here for most teams, right? We'll be able to get out slightly early over towards Primos, very Pier, as well as Sosnovka, which gives you a little bit more time to figure out what your movement's going to be from Sosnovka, which is nice, especially if you drop down there. But meantime, teams heading over towards Yasnaya, Mansion, Lepovka, Prism. It's a little bit of a longer rotate that you're going to have to make. Time you have to spend inside the plane. I think for most teams, they'll be very, very happy with this kind of playing path.
You can see how the standings are looking as well, of course, off the back of that opening game of the playoffs here. For Power, it was a very impressive hot drop, targeted one of the teams that everyone's had their eyes on, and that was 4 Thrives, who absolutely dominated back in the group stage. Is there going to be a bit of back for blood gameplay on that one? That's what I'm curious about. Are they going to have this revenge moment? You don't want to have 2 games of slow starts. That's a squad that needs to build.
APG currently parachuting over the top of 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives already hit the ground running. We'll see if APG extends this parachute down towards Sosnovka. I think they have to at this point, especially now that 4 Thrives is already starting to get set up. We send over towards the eastern side of the map. Falcons in their beloved Pachinki, as well as Rozhok being held by Regnum Kaya, as Maxman was talking about earlier on. Now, was a lot of indecision coming through from Regnum Kaya when it comes to Rozhok. Teams often finding a better position in Rozhok when the circle heads that way. Not sure whether to hold inside or send out. I think that they got hit with a little bit of an unlucky stick a few times on that one. There certainly can be improvements. We'll wait and see. Keep your eyes on the wheel and the windscreen, please. Instead of just on the map, so if you're driving, get direction from your teammates, possibly.
Yeah, don't dent the Dacia. Keep it clean, Black. Paintwork on that. It's a nice cool blue. Matches the logo.
Yeah, she works out very well. But everyone in this one all rotating together here for Thunder Talks, sending down towards Milta, which is free right now, so Thunder Talks can play that one out. Alter Ego sending far over towards Lipovka right now, which is very much out of the way, but on this kind of circle, it's completely fair. You don't want to send your entire team over towards Lipovka, though. You would like some scouts on the outside. Right now, it looks like the entirety of the team is just going over towards Lipovka, though. I think they expect that they're going to have time, especially on the plane path being so long over towards the eastern side of the map.
Curious as well. Position 10, Falcons tied points with Weibo, and both Fire Flux as well. How they're going to be looking. Obviously, we saw in their Sandhawk Games Strike survival stage, it was far slower pace. It worked for them there. It's going to be a bit different here. Teams that are going to look to try and take the fight to you, you're not going to get as many freebies. When they crashed into Nongshing Red Force, that's where it all went wrong. Hopefully they can avoid a similar outcome here. Forward scout on Ralph. Farther up ahead, it's Regnum Karia, Fireflux, and Power that are relatively close by.
Power's getting a move on. Regnum Kaya also making that move, as you were saying, all in vehicles. They left Rozhok early. They want to pride themselves here, and I think that's fair enough, especially in the first circle. They don't want to spend too much time in Rozhok. They'd rather get a central position and then know that there is a chance to send back over towards Rozhok later on. So we're not doing any of these shenanigans where we leave 2 players behind, we send 2 players up front. They're going to play together. If it means they have to kind of work their way back into Rozhok, dig a tunnel back towards that region of the map, then sure, fair enough. But in the meantime, Regnum Kai is just going to try and take a central position, which they know they have priority on right now from the spot that they started in. Like you said, Power in a similar spot. Gondola here for Eren, as he will make the journey back down the mountain. This is over towards Stalber.
This is intense. Eren, inside of the gondola. The ground shaking.
It's not intense, it's in a gondola.
Not as good as the horse, you know. I think horse, gondola, kind of, you know, different territory.
Yeah, it's a completely alternate playing field, right? It's incomparable.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Stop that.
You can tell we're a duo.
Yeah, we can. Jinx padlock, throw away the key.
Oh, I'm glad you saved us.
I
You know what, though? Glad we get a little bit of camera time with DRX here as well. Again, you know, they kind of had a rough early rotation where Fireflux were able to take down 1 player from that team, but they kept it developing. And again, I think there's so much talent for this squad. I'm curious to see how they're going to be looking once we kind of have this day to look back on. Going into day 2, where they are in the standings, what the squads look like. I feel like there is so much talent on this roster for Hyunbin as well. Someone that kind of, you know, it's been there, worn the t-shirt, and it's just a short space of time.
Yeah.
Meteoric rise for him. Very, very good talent to watch.
Hyunbin's been very effective across esports in, like you said, the short time he's been here, relative to a lot of the veterans that are in PUBG Mobile. I will say the one thing that is annoying between Nongshim Red Force as well as DRX for our South Korean teams is Tizzy, Sizzy, Zizzy. It's like, come on, guys. Let's get a slightly different naming convention going. Just for my sanity, at least.
Well, at least we've only got one alpha now.
That's true, yeah. Fantastic result.
For one of them.
For one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I think, honestly, for Alpha 7, they claimed the name earlier, right? For Alpha Gaming, that felt more like BM, in my opinion.
What, they have the chance to do the funniest thing.
Oh, it's Alpha Gaming. They've won the second. Wait a minute.
Oh, the back-to-back. Oh, no, hang on. It's a different team.
A different one.
Yeah.
That would confuse the social media managers.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you that now.
That'd throw you off guard.
Yeah.
Roll the alpha set.
Just joking.
Pull the fast one on you.
Let's not twist the knife too much.
No more BM. Okay.
They've just come off a pretty saddening defeat. But yeah, we are here live from Riyadh. We have a thumping, roaring crowd, which is great to see from all instances over the world, which is really, really sweet as well. Everyone coming out to support their team of choice. But it's been a slow game so far, with just a lot of rotating happening. I think we've lost 0 players. All teams still up and kicking as we head over towards Farmway. Most teams just looking for a more central position on the map. We are moving more and more away from edge gameplay. A lot of teams putting a lot more stock here towards the center, which will change as time goes on, as more and more spots open up around the edge of the map. You'll see teams getting a lot of success off the back of that, and it's crazy they're coming into playoffs, and that is sort of the change we're going to see probably day 2, day 3, if this thing continues, and it really depends which team's going to be able to take advantage of that, because a lot of times, in my opinion, it's teams that have very good sweeping capability. One team in particular does that very well, Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, and we've seen that as well in their gameplay already. I think again, you know, just sort of hammers home that point of the fact that this team can do it all. They can pass the baton amongst one another. It was very nicely played. Krypton with the setup, even when Rosewood goes down, the way they're building back into the game, walking away with a chicken dinner. And there's a reason, you know, you throw it out there saying, obviously, I think they could take a back-to-back chicken dinner here today. But with the talent they've shown, I think they genuinely could. We'll keep our eye on it. See how it goes over the flow of this one. Nice as well when you brought it up, obviously. Everyone in the crowd, we saw the highlight there on Al Haji's father. That segment of the crowd representing power. If they keep playing like they did, try and build into that, well, there they are in the Elim feed, taking fights to Thunder Talks. You know they're going to be getting loud.
Yeah, Sighting actually does go down straight away to Ragnar, which is a good opener. He does take a fair lick of damage, but should be able to get back into cover here. Just compound-based gameplay between both teams as the circle did push out towards the western side. And I think it's the first time this tournament we've really seen this area of the map in full over towards Potato Hill and the southern reaches of it. There's a lot of water. It's not as much as you might think, but you've got to consider that edge down towards Sosnovka that's still in is also a playable space. You'd be a bit mad to try and confirm down there at this point in the game. So we are cutting around about 30%, I'd say, out of this map. So it's becoming a little bit more cramped, a little bit more crowded.
Scary as well, watching this rotate in from Team Secret. Another squad that I think, you know, could be described as preferring to have those passive setups rather than being the one to instigate firefights. You run into the crosshairs of Alter Ego, they are going to take that fight to you. They won't let you get away cleanly. You had a spot in the backline there with Rosemary very quickly jumping out of the driving seat to attempt to set up in cover. Didn't take the fight in the end. Hasn't fired out a few bullets to see if he can get a connection over, but they can still chase on this.
For Rodrigo, they're sort of giving ground here to Team Secret as they get ahead, but it is Krypton who's been able to swipe around, get in front of them. Ida as well as Fireflux are in front. It's an awkward rotate, I'd say, because Horror does control a lot of the space over towards the northern side, and Alter Ego likely not wanting to pick up that position. Neither are Team Secret. There is potential, though, to just completely back off this angle. make a very wide wrap over towards school side and play there. It is out of bounds in terms of where a lot of the high prior locations are, but it gives you a safe approach into the circle. Alva right now, the hound on the team of Alter Ego, looking to take a sniff over towards Shelter.
You can get a good read on this as well with the placement of the squads round towards that side. You've also got another scout from Emre who's actually bypassed one another. Inside of the blue is Alva. Jumps out of the vehicle for a second, quick bit of looting. Rosemary in close position there as well. You see it established here on the map screen as we get that next zone coming in.
Direx, E-Arena, both in good spots. I like where Mormon's playing. This is a really nice split coming through from E-Arena. They had the compound that sat on the eastern side of those fields, which means you can comfortably hold out Falcons, but they make this immediate rotate over towards Mormon, who held that spot, but Regnum Kaya will be coming through quickly as well. They understand this spot is extremely important to them. 2 down already. Sakura is out, and Regnum Kaya is cleaning house.
Oh yeah, mop and bucket gameplay. Looking to close down on E-Arena and leave them nothing to fight back with. It's a nice start. Silas on the hunt. Player up on the roof, trying to keep his head down. Clean this out, make sure there's no opportunities for a bit of a stab back. Walk away with all 4 players still alive once they get the man picked back up there. Ooh, that's not what you want. Butcher maneuvers, but this could be a little bit cheeky. Fireflux going in. Hovercraft gameplay from the side though. Macap instantly falls. He able to hit that one on the crash in.
Fireflux not being able to win this fight is going to be pretty rough for them, because this was their game plan for a long time, is to hit up towards this compound. And they've been sent back off this. Good hold coming through from Weibo. Only losing 1 player in order, but it's not even a flush there. It's just the knock. That's easily resable. So Fireflux is going to have to go play down by the coastal side, which is an uncomfortable position to be in, because not only is it not in this compound, which is much safer, but it also denies you a lot of information into the future there. Alter Ego have been taking their time. Alva was able to spot out 1 player. They will find the pickoff onto him. Sky goes down, and now more space can be gained from Alter Ego playing on that edge and sweeping.
Alpha charges further forward. Line of sight blocked from the smoke wall that's been deployed from the remaining members of Aura. Alpha's going to be looking for this one on target with the nade. Meanwhile, Rosemary confirming being able to get that final shot off back towards Sleepy. An exchange of shrapnel. No fear, at least with a little bit of cover to play with. Slightly harder to get those nades in with the smoke shrouding it as well, but he bails now with his teammate falling further back to provide cover.
Yeah, you got to keep backing this one off now. It's a nice bit of high ground that you can use to scout into the future of the game. I'm curious to see how Alter Ego want to play this one out, because it is a bit of a wall in front of them. Ida's playing a nice angle and a nice setup here where they are darted across the road, allowing them to get a lot of information going in towards the future, take a couple of pot shots here and there. So yeah, definitely curious how Alter Ego want to play this out. I mean, they have just been taking names slowly but surely. Team Secret weren't able to step to them. They made an instant decision to rotate back off, and just trusting in Alva's calls as well, which is very nice to see. I do want to quickly go back to Regnum Kai though, because despite that being an immediate rotate, Mormon having control over towards the building, that was a very nice take coming through from Regnum Kaya, and that might have just bumped their point scoring up by a fair bit. There is a slight issue with that compound where some of the angles are cut off to you. You don't have all the information in the world, but this is the sort of position that's going to keep you safe for a long time.
I think from a few of the games we've seen from Regnum Kaya as well early on in the day, it feels like sometimes they pull those punches and won't fully commit to play. So it's nice to see, you know, you've committed to an idea that they've been able to make it work.
Yeah.
Just need to keep that consistency going. Confidence good though.
Even that survival stage, when Regnum Kaya went for some strong central positions, they are very proactive. Even those spots where it felt like they didn't really have position to play, these are drive-by nades as well. A huge amount of damage going through up towards Alpha Gaming. I'm surprised not even a single knock there. I think if they even found 1 more nade towards that position, it would have been an easy cleanup for them and an easier decision to roll out, cutting out a big threat on the north side.
Yeah, they are very lucky they've been able to survive through that. On target nade, like you said, it's impressive. Not a single one of them went down. You could have crashed into it, very easily cleaned up with such a sliver of HP between the 4 of them. They can reset with the supplies they have. We saw a little bit of power showing up in the Elim feed once again as well, so still looking to find opportunities to build, but the nade back over. Easy knockdown because of it. This is Thunder Talks. It's the last man in Zing.
Well, still sweeping over the top side, gets a little bit of information, but Fahida wants to take more shots and will finish it off there. Power eliminating Thunder Talks. It's pointing to me as well, though, where for Shinga it's just a case of, it's close. For Easy, probably didn't even know he's in the shack, but just assumed that Easy's in one of these shacks in this game. I have to nade every single shack available because this guy's a backstabber and a half.
Oh, hang on a minute. You might have just said the word that's operative here, Blank. The roll in from Alter Ego from the top side, finding that shot down range onto Alpha Gaming. They've been in that same position. It's a full confirmation from Rosemary. Quick pick-me-up play as well from Krypton.
Oh! There it is again. I mean, I'd like to see more DVS, but to be fair, he's one of the most skillful players is Sook with that explosive arrow, and it's something new. It's something different. And he finds success out of it. Like we said, it doesn't always pop up too often in the Elim feed, but the amount of space that Weibo gains off of Sook, wielding the bow and letting loose some absolute ringers.
Weaponizing the crowd there as well. You could see the excitement. We mentioned it, man. Would we be seeing it in playoffs? Yeah, he doesn't give a damn. Grand stage, important matchups. He'll still be playing to his best, playing his flavor of PUBG Mobile. That's actually the final knock onto E-Arena as well, of course, removing them. And like you said, this now presents more opportunities for other teams to move further up. It's not the craziest point disparity in the mid portion there, but you're going to take that if they're not here.
So some very obvious priority compounds here inside this circle, which you can easily spot. If you're watching the map feed, which is available over at PUBG Mobile Esports at YouTube, you'll see that Noxian and Red Force currently have the one over towards east, Red Empire playing on the west, and DRX down towards that mass of compounds on that south side. None is direct central, but they all have very, very good use cases into the future. In the meantime, here's 4 Thrives going up against the Falcons right on the edge, and they are backed up against the wall. Ralph is trying to get Narvalo back up on his feet, but the nades continue to rain through. This is an important knock that they need, and Redox misses.
The timing on it. I mean, he's able to re-engage at least with a quick switch. Pulls out the secondary on the Bizone and unloads from the damage from the side. Nade over the top, and it's a clean connection. T24 hitting Narvalo even once more. He's going to try and beast up on this, but the Lanimal put back in his place, and Redox stays alive. Off the knock onto IQ, can push further forward, but it is a rough start for Falcons.
Yeah, slashing swipe coming through here. In the meantime, Alter Ego have had one player knocked, but they are currently taking Yangon to task over towards Potato Hill as the circle move far towards that north side and becomes even more of a prime position. Noki sending nades out. Redox certainly proved himself there, getting the single nade across. Koa will send one of his own. It needs to be on target, but it's not meant to be as 4 Thrives are able to find the Elims, find the knocks, and Falcons will be brought low from the western edge.
And they've been wanting to play that slower style into these games. Here, though, 4 Thrives take the fight straight to you. Yes, they lose one player, but they can reset from it. Bit of Weibo action going on again here as well, with Fireflux having a real struggle start going into playoffs already, again, removed from the equation. Alter Ego continue unloading the mortar strike. Nade after nade on top.
This has been an extremely extended fight. I think we've seen knocks coming through across the board, but Ida starts to get involved now over towards Alter Ego. I think they just lost one. Krypton is down. Now Alva needs to pull out something special. Yangon Galacticos down to just the 2 players. 2 players knocked for them.
Alva belly crawling, using the grass and the ridge side to provide him some additional cover. Quick jump spot, seeing if he can get visual contact over the edge of the smoke. Vahidan as well takes a stray bullet from the side. Nonshin Red Force building into this one.
They just need to pick Krypton back up again. Technically, he is in cover. So Alpha will head back down there, but a full 3v3 and plenty of nades to work with. Saycloud might just be on target there with that one. He sends over the top, and it won't be a lot of damage needed to take Krypton out, and it will be a knock over towards Alva. And despite a massive spree coming through in this game from Alter Ego over towards Yangon Galacticos, it is the Galactic comeback coming through on the north side of the map. Very surprising that Yangon comes out of this one with the 3 players.
That's the go pistol to push up for them as well. And similarly for Moana, it's time to bail. That fight has gone no way near how they wanted it to go down. Trapped as well as he gets the overall lay of the land with the squads that are close by. He's just got to get his head down, tuck into position. It's Ida from the sideline that takes shots towards him, opens up an opportunity for Nonshin. Alpha with the nade, rolls it on target, and it is a strike from Refus.
That is an unreal nade through the trees, through the leaves. And like a dead leaf falling, that will be the final player from Alter Ego out. Incredible stuff there. You don't see those ones every day.
No back-to-back chicken dinners to start us off. Another team will walk away with a big W on this one as the battle continues. Nice distance firefights here onto 4 Thrives as well. Good aim.
Weird location on the map, man. Ida currently looking very good from this spot, but we moved away from a lot of the more prominent compounds on the map. Regnum Kaya looking just to finish off those players down on that south side. And Power still running through with 3 players as well, so they're not down and out yet. Nongshim Red Force should be able to hold out strong on the south side though, having very, very good buildings to work with going forward. Nades over the top, they do. A little bit of damage coming through from Regnum Kaya over towards DRX, who are now opting to see if they can just swipe right on this one.
Spin out on the burst tire as well because Ida are just firing shots down Rage. You've instantly got to try and reset from this one, but there's further damage done. Knock behind the tree. Quick bandage from Hyunbin looking to reset himself. Easy. Sees that opportunity though. Clean connection. Back onto DRX.
I mean, for DRX trying to get through here, Nongshim Red Force wasn't going to let it happen. Al-Haji finding Hyunbin as well on the back lines there. Very, very long-range spray to make it work. Make it work, it does. There is still one building available for Regnum Guy to be playing out on the very edge of the circle. I'd be excited to see a Yangon podium finish here just because of how hard they had to fight for their lives on the north side.
It's a hefty investment from Power. They really clamored to try and steal away some points from that one. Damage is good onto DRX, but they both go down because of it, resulting in a bit of a stalemate from the crash in, only leaving one representative of Power left. It was Weibo that were able to cause issues behind that smoke wall. And then, of course, Regnum Karo, the compound high ground position as well. The nice split, Silas set up further ahead. Yeah, this is going to get more and more intense. Secret, catching vision.
This is the nice thing about Regnum Kari as well, is that we mentioned it beforehand, where they're a proactive team. They don't allow themselves to be caught up in the moment and just sit around, feet up, watching telly inside these compounds. They are very much active on the outside there. They took shots over towards Alpha Gaming. They cut out over towards that south side. It's not a crazy amount of points they're able to find this game in terms of elims, just the 3, but they've confirmed a strong spot on that southwest side. Weibo are in front of them, as you've mentioned. I'd like to see how they're going to handle this into the future, because it's some weird terrain that they'll have to push through.
For Yangon, it could be uncomfortable. Secret can actually get the angle to arc those nades over, roll it down the hillside. Spacing could be problematic. It's what you were talking about, of course. Obviously for Weibo, just a few steps ahead, just tucked in. A little bit of cover to work with at least. You've got the detonated vehicles, and it's actually Fahiden that was the last man left for Powder. So he's just over by the tree line there.
It's very, this is why I'm saying, ooh, wow, what a shot coming through from Fahiden. A bare chance as well, and he took it immediately. This is what I mean for Regnum Kai. It's very hard because you want to take shots down towards Weibo Gaming, but as soon as you leave this compound, you're in sight lines of Ida going forwards. That next circle doesn't cut Ida out either, so now Regnum Kai has to go for something very quick. They know the exact location of Alpha Gaming though. At this point, it sort of does feel like you're going to need a crash here for Regnum Kai. Over towards that north side. I don't think it's going to be effective at all trying to wrap out over towards the east. If he down though, maybe the chance on towards these 2 players, play behind the car cover, but then what chances do you have later into the game? That's the real issue. So it looks like they are going to roll out over towards this north side, as I was mentioning.
And as we've seen, Ida have been able to do so much from this position. This might actually give them an opportunity. Yeah, Nonshing engaging. Yeah, this is go time for both squads. You've got to build off the back of this. Crash in, up towards the compound. Nade close. Zizzy takes the brunt of the damage. Aaron priming another one as well. It's Doc C. He saw him. What's going on? Goes back in for a second look. Finally shuts down Rita.
That was crazy. Silas moving up top there. We'll find Silas. We'll finish him off there as well. I mean, Regnum Kaya just spent all the way over towards Yangon Galacticos, and they were doing damage, but they're out now. What?
You knew about Alpha for so long. The minute an opportunity was presented from the commotion thrown between this fight on your screens, they go for it, but Alpha just absolutely upset. Goodbye, Regnum Karia. It's now not a bad position for them to build from.
Not at all. I think Alpha Gaming played a bit of a blinder on that one, but blinding powder over to Regnum Kaya, it would seem. Doxy moves up over towards Ida, finding Darkin. More DBS shot through the window, not quite connecting just yet. There's a Molotov sent through. Murnat will finish off top on an explosion on the vehicle. They are just trying to hold on as much as possible here. And once again, it is Yangon Galacticos to make it through. This team is bulletproof.
You got Team Secret as well, playing that classic slow build, playing from distance, looking to third party onto this one. This elongated bout between Nonshin and Ida. Aaron dodged the explosives, but he can't dodge the slugs. That's the peek up from Doc C. The DBS finally able to finish him off, but at what cost? One player left, just him.
Gives me Yangon Galacticos as well, as Team Secret have some very favorable positions going in towards the future. They can effectively sort of ignore one another and rather take shots down towards that south side at teams that will be making their way up this hillside. I think it's going to be tough. Here's Suk with the bow in hand, just sending shots in, making life extremely difficult for Doc C. He is on the low ground though, and Suk may be just sending in ammo for no reason.
I mean, with 20 arrows left, he could zone you for quite some time. Just make it impossible to go for a peek out.
He's got to leave at some point as well, is the thing.
Oh, they're getting close.
It's just consistent bombardment. Foxy's struggling. Now moving forward, Suk will see a nade come his way. A little bit upset about the nades coming down though. Might pivot off. Spots Doc C isn't quite as effective with the assault rifle as he is with the bow. The team will support him there, still make it happen. Awayable attempting to move up, but it's those two angles. Like I said, it's an efficient, I want to call it teamwork between both teams, but it's an agreement, right? You both have an extremely strong position. Let's get rid of the teams that could cause problems for us later on before we engage in one-on-one combat.
Yeah, you know to prioritize first. Don't poke the hornet's nest until it's time to engage. Frankie with the move up. Wow. Damage back over. Slapping him there. Forcing him into a bit of a rough spot. 3 squads going head-to-head, of course. And Alpha Gaming only have the one man left alive. That's Refus that's further down.
This will be the second game in a row that Alpha Gaming have been able to get themselves a podium finish with a solo player towards these end circles. He's going to make a break for it. Murnat definitely saw him, was wondering why he went for that play. I don't think he had much choice in that situation. Murnat had actually pushed off that position as well. It's just unlucky that he comes out at that timing. Trang will go down.
Shots back and forth, trades on either side. Intensity building. SayCloud looking for the angle. Murnat from further back, able to assist. They can focus fire on Frankie. He's removed, cauterize it, and reset. 2 players alive, focusing on the pickup as well. Grab Romeo.
I mean, just make it as hard as possible. A 3v1. There's absolutely no way that Jaiki should be able to get himself out of this one with Yangon Galacticos starting to move up. And the map is enveloped by space as they suffocate out the rest of the teams from the high ground, pick themselves up a big chicken dinner. Not only against some of the hardest spots in the lobby like Alter Ego, but Regnum Kaya, who sent their way up there earlier, who did get backstabbed by Alpha Gaming, but what can you say about that one? They knew where they were. There were some weird plays this game, but it was terrifying terrain to play around with.
You see the celebration and elation from the team as well. Some nice, solid slaps of the hands. Everyone congratulating one another. the arena starting to get excited as well with the way these games have been going. And yeah, they should be celebrating. They played some great games. Heads up maneuvers again as well. Some crazy stuff. It's a good point. It's what you bring up, man. Alpha Gaming being able to drag that one out, even that fight onto Regnum Karia. Crazy scenes here, Blank, but the action.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Yangon Galacticos blasting off at the speed of light. All the other teams better surrender now or prepare to fight. We have got ourselves Seven and Maxman here to talk about this victory from them coming in from Potato Hill. Looking really cool, looking strong, taking out the previous winners from the previous games. Maxman, Yangon.
I think they're happy they had a very northern plane that was not good for them, because that allowed them to drop into crates and George Pole and actually get the northern rotate into the circle. And actually, there were very little teams going up in that northern position. We did have Ultrigo eventually try and clash on Potato Hill itself, but the nade from Say Cloud in particular were key to claim all of Potato Hill for themselves and take the win at the end.
One of the slowest teams to rotate as well. They took their sweet time. I think at one point it was Circle 3. All the teams were just focusing on that center area, and Yangon Galacticos were the ones towards the north. I really enjoyed how they were able to surprise Alter Ego. Alter Ego was not expecting the team to be able to come up from behind them. And then, I mean, for Yangon Galacticos, I think they were waiting in Potato Hill. You were saying during that break too, while we were watching the game, they just waited for so long.
That's the scary thing about Potato Hill, right? Like, you can have multiple teams exist up there, and them also have very decent defensive positions as well. So for Yangon, they took that fight perfectly against Alter Ego, who was going to be a huge threat. And then Team Secret moves in later on here, Max.
I mean, actually looking at Team Secret, they also had a really good match this time around. 11 points on the board. Again, a normally pretty silent team, but they were going quite aggressive here versus Yangon Galacticos, trying to push uphill, Potato Hill, claim all of the northeastern edge, and also keeping teams down low, such as Weibo, away from the fight. So actually, Team Secret, they showed me a little bit more than what we saw back in the group stage, which sets up a very good precedent here for the finals.
Yeah, for Team Secret, I would have actually loved them to commit to that fight against Yangon Galacticos, even though they were being able to control in Potato Hill. I don't know if you agree or disagree with me on this one, but ultimately, they were going to have to take that fight at one point or another.
I'm scared that if they take the fight onto Yangon Galacticos a little bit earlier, teams such as maybe Weibo can just full send it and third party that fight and just wrap up the chicken dinner. I do get why they were delaying it, but the more you delay it, the bigger advantage you're giving to Yangon, and then you just cannot win that fight anymore.
That says, whilst we took a look at the points, Alpha Gaming once again being able to get into some of the later stages of this match here, 7.
It came down to what they were able to do with the 4 vehicles. They had 4 vehicles being able to just create a big barrier. And on top of that, for this team, they kept getting blessed by the circle. They really didn't have to do much. They were able to just hold off a lot of people. And that's the scariest thing with this team. We know they have the fragging power. We know if they set themselves in a position where they actually have the full squad, they're going to be super scary. And they were able to showcase it perfectly in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to survive a little bit more like that every single match, that one big chicken dinner could set them apart from the rest of the lobby.
That's Yangon wall to wall for our match report here. Not too much surprise considering the space that they were able to control. Say Cloud, as you were mentioning before, Max, looking fantastic in this game.
Yeah, I mean, almost 1.4k damage right there. He is very high in that one angle.
I didn't make a noise.
Yeah, do the noise.
Wow! There you go.
I missed that.
I mean,
actually,
it's been actually
worth it.
Over a year since I've been able to make a noise. So there you go.
It's been so long.
I know.
Next is going to be a jingle. We got to figure out a jingle.
I'll figure out a jingle. Don't you worry. I don't know who for.
I thought it was going to be on the spot. Man,
that would have been insane.
Look, we're seeing some replays actually of the Car 4 here from Alpha Gaming, and we don't have hovercraft. We've got hovercraft at home. It's just a 4-car fortress created on the edge of Potato Hill, and it was really good to get them in that podium finish at the end. So Nongshim Red Force, I think that was a team that you and me both wanted to talk about here, actually, 7. Their breach onto Ida's Harry Potter Tower, I like the idea going for the breach, but it took so long to wrap up that fight. Big third parties from Weibo in particular did come through at the end.
That's the thing right there. I was talking about this too, the Fireflux and Nongshim Red Force, especially with Nongshim Red Force. I was talking about how this team just tends to play so slow that they might not be used to just making those quick pushes, and I felt like it showcased perfectly in that scenario right there. And then on top of that, for Fireflux, they were also trying to do a crash on WBG. They seemed like they got ahead too. They ended up getting a knock, but they were just too slow to react and ends up backing away. For this teams, they got to be able to adjust on how aggressive the lobby is.
I think Nongshim was happy to gamble on that compound, right? Because if it does go to that compound, the circle, then it's so hard for these teams to push into that. So they were also thinking about where they were going to transition and how they were going to transition, Max. It's just, it gets dicey trying to go up to the Wizard Tower, trying to do something there and keep yourself going in the late stages.
You cannot say the Nongshim don't know the terrain. They know in that specific circle, that compound with the 3 buildings is just exceptionally strong and able to defend it quite well until the very end of the game. Then they do have to go onto the Harry Potter Tower. Though if we go on teams that try and crash on those positions, I kind of want to pivot the conversation over to Power.
Sure.
I think we're very indecisive. There are 2 options. Maybe you fight Regnum Karya, maybe you fight the side of Nongshim Red Force. They decide to send it in the center between those 2 teams, and unfortunately because of that, they just don't survive at all in the later stage. I think at that point, you pick a compound, you breach it, and you just hope for the best.
There's, of course, Al-Hajj's dad as Power, as you mentioned in. It was kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation, 7, right? Like, even if they choose another option that isn't that kind of road through the middle of those compounds, it's still going to be very difficult to make those crashes happen, but maybe it could have yielded more points.
It is. I feel like they would have just gone for the crash. At least you're not going to have so many teams looking at you. You're not going to be letting yourself open for so many third parties for this team. And the only thing is, like, we're able to kind of say this in hindsight, right? We're seeing everything that's going on. But for them, if they would have been able to make that crash with the firepower that they've been able to showcase in the previous stage, in survival stage, I feel like they might have been able to edge them out.
Look, it's all you go for a compound crash, or you're in between Regnum Karya, Nongshim Red Force, and Sook, where the explosive bow is going to keep you at bay. I would take my chances on a compound crash.
I have a bone to pick with Suk and the explosive bow, because you and I have been talking about this for the longest time. I really enjoy it. But one thing that Suk needs to be able to do is make sure that he doesn't get tunnel vision. And I feel like that's exactly what was happening there in that scenario. He was just super tunnel vision, and then whenever he actually decided to go away from the explosive bow, he lost the focus, and the non-shim Red Force guy was able to knock him.
Yeah, there was only so much you can do with that explosive bow, right? Like, he was just saying, okay, I don't know exactly where you are at that wizard tower, so I'm just going to spam into it. And as you said, that really has your full focus, your full attention, and then you just get knocked from the other side. It's problematic, for sure.
I don't hate it. That's the thing. I don't hate it. I just wish that he wouldn't be so just over-focused on it. And it was good suppression, but the team wasn't able to get angles on the guy because they just had so much smokes.
Oh, wait. Is that for today only?
3,000 damage from Al-Hajj. There's no way.
No.
They have this many eliminations?
I mean, they fought 4 thrives on the first game, right, going into Sanhok, and that survival time is very low. What is that?
We'll have to. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they could have tried to do something down towards the bottom. A little bit different. Not going to be the way for power here, though. Beyond all of that, though, Max,
I have a team.
Please.
We want to talk about here.
Yes.
We're going to talk about 4 thrives, okay?
Yes.
4 thrives.
Right.
We had the hot drop in the first game. This time around, we talked about how indecisive they were. For me, this game, they weren't indecisive. They actually made a really good call trying to surround Falcons on the western side. They just got a little bit too excited about that fight, a little bit too involved, and they just wanted to rush it, and that caused their demise at the end versus Falcons.
And I feel like from that indecisiveness that we've been talking about during group stages, maybe that's why they became so impatient, because they're trying to change that, and I'm hoping that they don't end up overdoing it.
All right, well, let's get to it then. Let's see if all of these teams can put those learnings into practice for our second Erangel of the day.
Halfway point of the day, game 3 already. Some trials and tribulations for teams that were looking very dominant back in the group stage. Some good head-to-heads and some interesting PUBG Mobile up to this point blank. We've seen the crowd getting excited, rooting for their hometown heroes, seeing who's going to be able to walk away at the top of the standings today. Intense action, and you'd imagine a lot more of that to continue right here, right now.
A lot very amazing usage of the map and the terrain in general. Overall, I think it's a great point to pick up on there as well, where it is just a case of, even in those tough scenarios, a lot of teams know the best areas to play, how they want to move out. I think the big mistake from that last game was definitely Regnum Karya's push over towards that north side. I think that realistically they had to remove Alpha Gaming. And it was also quite frustrating to me because you know that when they made that pass in the vehicle and sent that nade through, they would have seen 70, 80 damage numbers coming up on their screen, but over 3 players. And at that point, I think I would have liked for them to go for a bit more of a Hail Mary on it, really. Something very aggressive. If they'd removed Alpha Gaming, I think that their late game would have been very, very different.
Yeah, I felt like they were setting themselves up for a ton of success there. It was good timing on the call to actually commit to it as well, but that 5 versus Alpha completely turned the script. The difference, if you even cast your mind further back, the drive-by nade on the scout, all of them left on what, sub sort of 12 HP, really. You could have converted on that. 1 knock probably would have been the go pistol for them, but ifs and or buts won't win you championships.
It's like I'm saying, they saw 370 hit markers. It's like, yeah, you should have probably went on that one. And I think you're right in the sense of maybe they would have done if they'd seen a knock.
Yeah.
There were only 2, but I think that scenario is you just have to take your chance. And I think for Regnum Karya, that's what is difficult for them, is that it is very obvious to me right now, it's very obvious to me right now that they're trying for a little bit more aggressive plays, more aggressive maneuvers, but there they were falling back into old habits.
No, they definitely were. They definitely were. Man. Let's see. Maybe you can reset from it blank. They'll be able to get themselves into a better position to show us what they're made of and what they're capable of. For Yangon, they were certainly capable of greatness into that previous game, casting a shadow over the lobby. Out here up against Thunder Talks early on the drop. Bit of room to work with those. They could avoid the fight if they want to.
We're going to head down towards Sosnovka as well to start things off. So a lot of teams will need to get a move on. Power already heading out over that bridge, crossing it over towards Yangon and Thunder Talks, who are currently in close contention at the moment. how that fight does pan out between those two teams. Yangon Galacticos obviously coming off from a big high from that last game. We'll see if that momentum does bleed through. Power Esports going to send even higher than the heights from last game.
Seen some good signs from Power as well. You know, individually, I think the gun skill's certainly there today, playing to their strengths. Not in a bad spot whatsoever. Tied at the minute. Ooh. This is back over towards our drop fight that we were mentioning, of course. Thunder Talks out with the Tommy, teaching you lessons from distance. Where art thou, Romeo?
I think he should have just kept crawling. I get a moment of, if I stop crawling, maybe he'll miss the shots. Maybe I need to like fake him out a little bit. Instead, just made it extremely easy to line up that shot. Still impressive with the Tommy as well to hit at that distance. Origo aren't done yet either as they pick up an initial knock over towards Fireflux, which is one of their most difficult rotation contenders, right? Where Origo need to come out from the Povka. I like that they send a player out early in Rosemary, I believe it is, who is a player that you would desperately want in your front line. It's Krypton, in fact, that's sent out first, who has been stepping up, right, to the plate. So it's nice to see him get an initial knock, and that's going to make their rotation down towards the south much easier playing against a three-man squad. That changes their rotation. It changes their plan on this entire map.
Scary as well for Fireflux as a roster overall, because I think that squad, you know, we were sort of talking about this idea of being able to build your confidence, feed the hot hand, keep that momentum going. They've been hitting dead stops again and again, where it feels like, you know, the floor falls out from underneath them, they're not able to build themselves, not getting too late into these games, and that could come back to haunt them. Oh, you're just bullying on the exit as well. They're literally trying to retreat from this, and you still find a second knock into a full takedown on SayCloud. Wow, that's a bit of a rough start, considering you've just taken your opening chicken dinner.
Yeah, King living up to the name of the weapon used there. Getting a nasty mark over towards Yangon Galacticos with the scar. There's that shot from... Oh, it was Rosemary. It wasn't from seeing things. But yeah, so nice play from Rosemary there. Able to find the initial player coming through from Fireflux. And as Yangon Galacticos tried to escape, it's no secret that that kind of rotation is not going to go unpunished.
Felt rough to watch that one. Kind of uncomfortable, really.
In the tree line now, and Xeris is going to send forward. It's a straight shot over towards him. Murnat likely to go out, and Yangon Galacticos, after what was an incredible performance last Erangel, do end up going out in 16th here in our second Erangel of the day. That could have been a moment to put up more points and add a bit of a buffer up towards the top side of the tables. Instead, it's all for naught here.
If you're one of these squads as well that are only a few points behind, your eyes are now going to light up. That's a prime opportunity, right, where you're thinking, okay, tied with Alpha, both having 23 points. You get no elims from that, no placements. We can start to lap you. We can start to climb further up that ladder. And at the halfway point of day one, only 3 days of intense competition here for playoffs, you have to grab the ball by the horns. You can't afford to leave it up to another team to decide your fate for you. So this is what we're going to see some of these squads start to reinvigorate themselves. Potentially even the team that's on your screens now, right? 4 Thrives. A lot of debate, a lot of talk about this squad, how they're going to be looking. Amazing in the group stage. What plays can they make right here, right now?
Yeah, there has to be a big refresh coming through from 4 Thrives, because these last 2 games have felt hectic. And even now, it feels like you could sense the pressure that is on 4 Thrives. They send away from this position. They might have wanted to challenge for it. They realize players are there, so they're going to look for something a bit more open for them. There's no way. Okay, I thought he hit him on the barrel roll. I mean, that's still impressive to get it out there and still make that shot happen. But if he'd hit him on the barrel roll, that would have probably been the play of the year so far. Before Thrives, yeah, they're looking for a more open area on the map. They're going to head over towards Airstrip to make that one work. For Alter Ego, though, this is an important game for them, in my opinion. Setting that marker really high early on in the tournament, super important, because with Smash ruling, day 1, day 2 become a bit of a sprint to get towards that top side and at least get as close as possible to first place, or be in first place to open up match point on day 3.
It would be the dream scenario for them, and I think potentially even change the flow of the lobby with the paranoia that was set in when Smash comes to play. But right now it's Koa that's on screen. Barrage of bullets goes out on the drive-by. DRX trapped in position here. Bit of chip damage onto 2 players. Trying to take some shots back. Make it uneasy for them to just hold, locked in position on these angles.
I'm surprised QZZ actually got through there.
Yeah.
Obviously he was snaking it a little bit, but the shot didn't seem too hard to hit, and I think that he was playing so wobbly that it caught even Falcons off balance there. Now they have to send back over towards a more secure location. Can't afford to hold up DRX for much longer. They're going to all jump in the water and rotate across to their buddy, who is on the north coast, playing around the beachhead. Only a couple of teams still yet to make their way in. It's Ida as well as Regnum Kaya. The upstarts from Turkey versus the Titans. Going head to head here in Rozhok, both teams will need to leave soon, as there's a lot of squads already confirming over towards Sosnovka.
Late aquatic rotate as well for Ego there, keeping themselves distance on the wrap round the back. And like you say, Regnum Kaya and Ida potentially thrown into a bit of a fist fight where maybe only one of them limps away. Ooh, limited space inside of the zone as well. Large body of water removing play space between these teams.
Horror can just move across. Should be able to move across pretty comfortably as well. I don't think this is too treacherous of a path for them. No Indiana Jones style type of traps on that bridge right now as Scarface starts to move over towards the west. So this is a real easy rotate for them. For Regnum Kaya Ida though, yet less of a ease of access. But they could head over towards the coastal side on Erangel main island, swim across or just send the vehicles in and try and play on that beachhead, which is definitely a possibility, especially as we start to move further north on this circle. Teams could try for that one. DRX had, it's just a surprisingly easy approach. Hardly any clapback coming through from the Falcons.
Vahiden from a distance, able to keep them pinned at bay on their rotate over. Meanwhile, you've seen in the Elim feed that 4 Thrives took the fight straight to Team Secret, forced them out of position, but made it really uncomfortable here. Down to just a solo player, handling them with ease, confirming onto those knocks as well, one by one. So stealing away a couple of elimination points, which for them could be a good start to get them dialed into the actual action. Over from the sideline, that's the final steal onto Team Secret coming out from Thunder Talks.
Yeah, Secret was struggling. Yeah, they really couldn't figure out anywhere to go there. Constantly bumping into teams left, right, and center, and it turns out their over-aggressive push down over towards Yangon Galacticos is the thing to force that final nail in their coffin. Power still hitting some nasty shots over towards Weibo, playing on that coastal side. I mean, that drops Weibo now down to just the 2 players. Don't think they're getting Suk back up again. Al-Haji is going to wait for this fish to resurface.
He knows he's got to come up for air at some point. He can sit pretty and wait to finish that man off. So Power looking to just take away points where possible. He'll just commit to it. Left in the blue, gone for good, down in the deep depths.
Regnum Kai's still in Rondo? Lost school now, actually. It's crazy on the indecision where they're happy to send straight out when it's around Rozhok area. But when we get Sosnovka finished, they decide that they're going to stick on the northern side of the map for a long time. We'll see how they play this one, because the play area is getting very limited now. Especially even over towards this north side of the map. Grandma's pretty much taken for Fireflux. The small compounds that are available on that side. Pretty much going to be playing around the tree line, but potentially over towards the western side, or using that ridge as cover, as we do confirm even further over towards the north here. I think we're on zone 3 now, so the circle and the blue will start to tickle quite a bit before we head towards stage 4, where it's advisable not to still be in that blue for too long.
You do wonder if that'll be a bit of paralysis by analysis there for Regnum Kaya, taking a very slow approach this one. A snail's pace that could come back to bite them in the bottom. We'll see. They're starting to get a bit of a move on now, though, and so are the remaining squads on the periphery of the zone here. Slowly advancing further forward. You were fragmented down towards the south side. It was a bit uncomfortable. A bit of a push up now. Alpha Gaming coming over, 4-5s in position there as well. Nongshing Red Force feels like they've been really willing to take a good majority of their fights, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sparks starting to fly, especially with this rotate coming in from Ida.
Oh, Nongshing Red Force has a real glint in their eye during these games. An aggressive team, a hunger for team fights. And you're right in the sense that they're a scary team to come up against because you just never know when they're going to pull that trigger. It might just be you that faces the ire of Nongshing Red Force in the end. Falcons find themselves a nice central position on this circle though. We'll see what they can get done with it. Usually Falcons can find themselves over towards the late game with 4 players. Tend to do quite well. It's that interim period of getting to around about zone 7, which is very shaky on the side of Falcons. There's some big nerves before they lock in.
You know, Ragnar here priming the nade. Alley-oop over the top. Oh, the bounce on it. Oh, he's been eating nitro for breakfast, blows them away.
That is crazy. Crazy of a nade. The arc on that one as well. Dear me.
You love to see it. The Power fans are going to have their eyes light up at that one. Already 4 eliminations for the squad, topping the charts at the minute in the lobby. In a good position to keep building, especially with Yangon going out early as well. There's room for Power to ebb and flow their way through the standings. Hora turning their attention back round. That's Moana from Alter Ego that takes a knock.
Alter Ego was always going to struggle. They had to play all the way to the eastern side. A lot of other areas were taken. They dropped the smoke over towards Moana. Rosemary's worried whether this is even worth going for. The res on this starts to back out and allow Rosemary time to crawl back through that smoke. But I think it does feel like a little bit of an abandoned ship here for him. And Sleepy will draw him low and put him back to sleep. Sure what E-Arena's game plan's been here, but they have taken a nasty punishment on that south side. One player even going down towards the blue there. Get a replay on this one because this was disgusting. They lined up at the right time, start to turn it, and pretty much as they turn, the nade fumbles through the window.
Very Maxim-esque on the nade. Maxman's going to be loving that one. Thalak getting thrown into the action here as well. It's Alpha Gaming that are taking some serious damage. So 4-5s continuing to attempt to build here. Get themselves into a position where they feel handy with their steal. This was always going to be an issue for Alter Ego as well on the rotate. You had Power ahead of you. They go for the wide berth round, back through the blue, kick off the engagement. It's the third party as well, with Fireflux being able to find damage from the backline. So easy suffering there.
That was unreal. Steps out onto the side C. We'll find one. Rosemary gives his life for the rest of the team to get further into the circle. And Fireflux will take the reins off the back of that fight versus Power. Now down to 3 players, but 5 elims. Not a bad start for them this game. Heading up towards 15 minutes into this one. Soulless attempts to hit the shots, but he's off target.
Yeah, bullets just whizzing by. None of them connecting, and the problem is that opens an opportunity for the counterplay from Power. So instantly on target, they respond back over and stop what could have been a hell of a scorer there from Fireflux. Instead, in reality, it's just Ketch. At least he's got some heavy armor to work with diving inside the hovercraft, but he's got to peace out, got to give up the goose.
Let's leave it alone. That could have been a great third party. It could have been an amazing third party. You're right in terms of the roaming wall in the hovercraft being the biggest boon here for him. Has to wander back, let it explode. This is not the most ideal location for him to end up. There's these shots coming through from earlier. Falak with some fantastic maneuvers. Again, such a precise player. Never over-egging the pudding as well when it comes to those peaks. Really, really nice to watch when he's on form.
Yeah, playing the angle perfectly. Like you say, it's the peaks. Really nicely played for him. Keeping himself in cover, taking some clean firefights. Ooh, this might be anything but clean. Close quarters engagement. The shotty from the side, good for one, but the backstab from Silas at least stops it before it got out of hand. If he was able to find even more damage there, suddenly you're thinking, ooh, this is again another game where Regnum Kari feel like they should be able to build. And again, actually, it's interesting to see how Regnum Kari are going to play this one out. Obviously, it's a far slower game from them. They're in the forefront of it now. That chase has not stopped at all as well. Power going from target to target, everyone running them down. It's Thunder Talks again now, pushing up. They've got angles, but Smoke's down to provide some cover for the quick heals.
Good elim count though so far, 7, highest in the lobby. 4 Thrives just 1 elim behind that. Sing's going to move forward over towards Al-Haji, confirmed towards him. Gets caught underneath the wheel, wrapped up in burnt rubber. As Thunder Talks sent back over towards the rest of the team. We get another shift on the circle here. Regnum Kari do need to move out, and you're right, they were laying the brickwork on the south side for a better match here, but it is Nongshim Red Force, Alter Ego, Weibo all controlling this high ground. It is a very fun circle to end up on. A lot of cheeky maneuvers that are available here.
Vader with the nades. Just slightly off target. But the problem is you've got a few establishing shots that have been fired in from the back as well, with Falcons taking a bit of a scout onto it, trying to spread themselves thinner to keep the pressure on. Ragnar with the spot in the vehicle, quick scout, makes his move back so they can play as a duo still and work off one another. Actually gets the drive-by. The bonnet is enough. That's Thunder Talks losing so much from this.
Goodness me, I mean, Power doing that on their own as well versus Thunder Talks is very, very impressive. They had that number for such a long time, but we switched mobiles there and they're left in the dust. Regnum Kari look to send up. They're heading over towards Ida once again. It feels like these two Turkish teams consistently take tumbles against one another. They're going to send far over towards Alter Ego. Alva as well as Krypton.
Oh, just nipping the back of the hill for Krypton is enough to shut him down. An instant connection from Silas onto Alva as well. It's a good heads-up play. You're saying, look, they're going to cast round towards Ida. Instead, they avoid that cut, center circle, straight path, shut down a big squad there as well, stop them from stealing away points.
And get a fairly decent position. We know how much Regnum Kari do like their ditches. So, like you say, they do avoid the Turkish tussle over towards the western side and instead confirm on a very, very central position. Regnum Kari down in 12th place right now, 4 points total with just the 3 elims on this game. They desperately need a big one here if they want to stay in the conversation over towards the top side of the lobby.
This is for Hedown, finally going for Hedown as he gets finished off by Falak there, shots to the side.
5 elims for Falak as well. I mean, he is going off this game. It makes sense as well. I mean, he's always been such a strong player on the squad. Ragnar steps up. Falak won't quite find it, but 8 nades to work with. Yeah, he's probably going down.
Such an easy lineup as well. Only took 1, still 7 in the back pocket for play later. The crowd enjoying that one. So Power go down. Vahidan and his brother in arms finished off. Falak certainly showing us what he's made of, and the Falcons still attempting to find opportunities to scramble some points away on this one.
Top 4 are all out, so this is a great opportunity for the teams underneath to equalize now. We're looking at Ida, Weibo, 4 Thrives as well. 8 elims this match, which is phenomenal, by the way. 6 of them on Falak so far, and he looks to push that number up slightly, just a little bit to the left. He may have just found that knock. Look to explode the vehicle instead. It's Noki, who moves forward, will knock a grenade of his own, sends it through, might just be far enough, but they turn tail and run, and sprint they'll have to.
You are so low though. Bounce around the tree. Redox on the drop, belly on the ground, but it's not enough for the follow-up. T24 with that one, and Narvalo is so far away, couldn't assist for the rest of the squad. He's tucked in for cover, but it's just him now.
This feels like classic 4 Thrives as well. The nade play has been wonderful to watch. 4 players sweeping in from that eastern side, and from fight to fight, they've looked strong. Not really been much response their way either. Very much a one-sided argument for 4 Thrives so far. Nade's been sent over now to DRX. This is from Horror attempting to cut their way in on the northeast side. Regnum Kari are much more concerned right now with the beast lying in wait on the east side, and 4 Thrives.
That's what we wanted to see. 4 thrives, not just surviving, but like we've said time and time again, absolutely thriving in the lobby, living up to their old tricks, showing us the powerhouse that they could really be. Aura here trapped in commotion versus DRX as well. No fear. He bails out. Quick move. Silas still finding impact in the Elim feed as another squad feels the wrath of Regnum Karya.
With 33Z going down, now we're in a full-on brawl, likely to spark soon between 4 Thrives as well as Regnum Karya, but it's Horror coming in from that northern edge. T24 immediately passes that information back, and Noki will stand at the forefront as the vanguard versus Horror. IQ playing far back down towards the southeast, trying to gather some information over towards Regnum Karya. And all the while, Nongshim Red Force has been living it large inside their mansion, almost.
They're living their movie sitting pretty. No one's contested them. They really haven't had to do too much whatsoever to get closer and closer towards some sweet, sweet high-end placement points on this one. Falak, though, finally comes unstuck. He's been ripping and tearing his way through everyone in this lobby, but now you've got to play medic if you want to save him. IQ from the side, hits back on the sky. Sleepy, closing the gap with the scout in play, bails out the vehicle. Oh, the shots connect as well. 4 Thrives losing a lot of their stock on this one now.
But it's Regnum Karya trying to steal away some of these elims. They will find a couple, and Wild will find another knock. Falcons go down to DRX as they try to get involved in this one. But it's Regnum Karya taking that opportunity. It's a perfect opportunity for them to swing round on that southeast edge. They want to clear as many teams as possible. 4 Thrives move back over towards Horror here. And for Regnum Karya, that was a lovely trade for them.
Aura going to be dropping the hoorah as the energy's there. You've still got to contain yourself, reset from the angles that are in play. Sleepy and No Fear, they're split up. Hyunbin finding impact back over onto Ida as well, and this story continues. DRX decimating onto Ida, and Nongshim Red Force finally, they get thrown a bit of a deathly blow as there'll be a connection back over from Regnum Karya.
Handle and keep them at bay here, and it has to be done as we get through in towards our next circles. Most teams desperate for this one to move away from Nongshim Red Force, but will it ever? Directly on top of them, and realistically for a lot of our other teams, they're playing for second now. Nongshim Red Force, as aggressive team as they are, will just have to bide their time. They're going to have to sit still and just make sure that blood doesn't thump too hard and they get the signal to send out of the building with the rage that is building.
Getting ants in your pants at a time like this could be the worst outcome for them. You've got to say, I mean, props to Regnum Karya, very proactive heads-up gameplay right now with the fights that they've been willing to take. They started slow, but they have not stopped since they found momentum. Nades being thrown back out as well, trying to get that one on target down towards Aura. And then DRX ushered further forward, slowly advancing, looking to play off one another with cover. Sleepy in the vehicle makes a move. Ida still getting hit by the play zone as well.
Really could not move at all here. Regnum Karya is trying to slow things down, thinking they're looking for that second place here. They know they need to get the placements as well as the elims. It's tough for them, it's difficult. Aaron, the star player coming through from Ida, wanders through onto that western side, will make a quick sweep before making the pit stop on the northwest side of Nongshim Red Force. Nade just stopped short there of Horror. Regnum Karya's got a different prey on their mind, looking over towards Nongshim Red Force, trying to see if they can find a singular knock before to take that task to them.
Aaron can just keep his nose clean as well. He's got some hard cover to work with the airdrops that are close by, so just tucks himself in position. Straight down the middle. Here's the push-up, though, from Regnum Karya. Instant engagement from Bloxy, who locks on, and Sleepy is down and out. No Fear, barely standing tall as well. So much damage done from the engagement.
It's going to be a long nade, by the way, he's sending here. I don't think it's going to go far enough. I think you're best off holding these nades for the initial push that's going to happen over towards Nongshim Red Force, and that is good resource control there from Regnum Karya. You can see Wild's got 3 nades, I think Silas had 6, but they don't want to expend too many here versus No Fear. They definitely have some that are expendable, but they need them if they want to push over. But it's good to know that there is at least a plan in the mind of Regnum Karya of how they're going to assault this building.
Got Aaron as well, throwing out nades on the push-up from Hyunbin. That's what I was saying. He tucked himself into an angle to actually make it kind of uncomfortable. Ooh, Nongshim Red Force baited into this one potentially, though. Looking for a look over the top of the ridge. Aaron trying to keep himself down. Nades coming in. Firsts on target. Follow-up's good. Doxy dismantles Ida. They're out of the running now.
There is a slight distraction here. Going through up towards Nongshim Red Force. I think that Regnum Kai is going to try and play this one out for Zone 9, honestly, and hope that this is not central. I don't think it is, and it will force Nongshim Red Force out. But Toshpik sends him first and will manage to get towards the backside here. Nongshim Red Force weren't able to control it, and Nongshim Red Force, they see red. They move out of the building, and Regnum Kai has picked up position.
DRX are dealing damage and handling themselves up close and personal. For Nongshim, it's going wrong. Binny now with a thin veil of smoke to protect himself, but look at all of the nades. Everyone priming these from the top of the roof, dashing them down. They had such a power play position for so damn long, but the minute they advance, DRX makes it uncomfortable. And Binny, you're living on borrowed time. Regnum Karia, if they find this one, they're setting themselves up for a huge chicken dinner.
10 points on the game and plenty more eliminations to be found here for Regnum Kaya. Like we said before, they've been holding on to these resources. They knew the angle they'd need to take. Silas goes down, but not before a nade sent through. Sizzy goes out, and it will be Regnum Kaya looking for the big finish here versus DRX Jackie.
They just need that final knock. Convert this one, close it down. The slow build-up. Oh, and that's enough. All it takes, the push-up from the zone, being the fifth man in the lobby for Regnum Karia as they're able to convert that one. A great game, good decision-making. The third parties were on point, and they walk away with a chicken dinner here in the playoffs.
It's a big game for them, a much-needed match. The top four went out early as well, as we talked about, so this will bump Regnum Kaya back up towards that top side of the tables. But for Nongshim Red Force, like we said, that force from them builds quite a bit. The rage needs to be contained. They can't always be looking for these massively aggressive plays. They could have sit still for a little bit longer, but that leg was jiggling and they wanted to get it moving.
Yeah, baited out by the last man from Ida. Aaron just behind the box causes problems against DRX. They swoop in thinking we could just clean up on this one, take it all home, but it was not a spilled drink. They did not clean it easy, and it presented opportunities for this team on your screens to run away.
क्या बोलते चैट वाला, मज़ा आया कि नहीं आया चैट वालों? ई स्पोर्ट्स का मिला ही अपने को। क्या बोलिए, ई स्पोर्ट्स टोकन सही है। यहाँ से मिले 18 में से अपने को क्या मिलेगा? ओह 41 में जी कॉइन है और ये है, ये ले लेंगे प्रीमियम 10 40 10 इधर से ले लिए, छोड़ो। और क्लासिक है और ये है क्लासिक खोलते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं आज क्लासिक खोलेंगे। क्लासिक में क्या क्या है? कुछ खास आइटम्स नहीं दे रहा यार, ये अपग्रेडेबल गन ही नहीं दे रहा। इम्पोर्ट तो अपने पास है ही। विश में क्या करेंगे भाई लोग? कौन सा अच्छा है विश में? अरे बाप रे, कौन सा अच्छा ड्रेस है यार जो विश में अपन लेंगे? अरे बाप रे, ये तो बेशर्मी है। अच्छा विश में इसको लेंगे, जोकर को, क्या बोलते हैं? हाँ चैट वाला, और जोकर भी नहीं है यार, क्या पूरे विश में इसको डाल लेंगे, बैग को इसको निकाल दो विश में से। चलो शुरू करते हैं। 46 है ना, पहले सिंगल मारेंगे, फिर अगेन सिंगल मारेंगे, चड्डा, फिर अगेन सिंगल, और ये हेलमेट दे दिया भाई लोग ज़बरदस्त ओपी बेहतरीन चीज़ दे दिया। अब मारेंगे अपन लोग 10-10 का, सही है। फिर अगेन फिर अगेन फिर अगेन दे दिया भाई, जो बैग चाहिए था अपने को भाई लोग मिल चुका है। क्या बोलते, मज़ा आएला कि नहीं आएला? हाँ भाई लोग, जो अपन को बैग चाहिए था वो मिल चुका है। बेहतरीन। एक नंबर। डालो पट्टे को। सही है। हेलमेट भी आ चुकी है अपन के पास, ये वाली, मगर अपन लगाएंगे ये वाली। सही है। ड्रेस कैसा दिख रहा है भाई लोग ई स्पोर्ट्स का? हाँ भाई लोग, मज़ा आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है ई स्पोर्ट्स का? ड्रेस कैसा दिख रहा है? इसमें चेक करेंगे क्या क्या है। पच्चीस से सिंगल सिंगल मारेंगे भाई। SG मूसा वेलकम ब्रो। क्या हाल चाल है मूसा ब्रो? सब ठीक ठाक? क्या बात है UMP। टाइमिंग का बैग, टाइमिंग की गन, पैराशूट टाइमिंग। ओके, कोई नहीं, कोई मसला नहीं। तो हम जाएंगे सीधा इन्वेंटरी और इसमें चेक करेंगे। टाइम लिमिट, ये वाले दो क्या कर रहे हैं हमारे पास? डिसमेंटल। फिर ये चड्डा दो क्या कर रहा है हमारे पास? और क्या क्या है? तो दो लाइक टाइम न्यू। लाइक टाइम मतलब मूसा ब्रो नहीं समझा मैं। लाइक टाइम न्यू क्या है? ना मूसा ब्रो। आज 6 बजे? 6 बजे नहीं मूसा ब्रो, हम तो पाकिस्तान के 2 बजे से लाइव है, 2 बजे से, 6 बजे नहीं, 2 बजे से लाइव है हम पाकिस्तान के, समझे मूसा ब्रो? हम पाकिस्तान के 6 बजे से 2 बजे से लाइव है आज। कल ही हमने पोस्ट कर दिया था ना कि हम लाइव आज जल्दी आएंगे, सही है। 4 आवर्स होगा इन टाइम मूसा ब्रो। इंशाल्लाह मैं आज पाकिस्तान के 10:30 बजे ऐसा बंद कर दूंगा लाइव, 10 10:30 पाकिस्तान के, सही है। ओके करो मुसावर। चलो भाई लोग, बहुत टाइम हो गया, अपन लोग मैच खेलते हैं। बहुत टाइम हो गया, बहुत टाइम, सही है।
أنت كم تتوقع عمري؟ رقم واحد كم تتوقع عمري؟ يا رقم واحد نزلنا رقم واحد أنت طيب؟ رقم واحد كم تتوقع عمري؟
नहीं भाईजान, आपकी वीडियो में नहीं, ऑल ऑफ।
أحس إنك تتكلم وقفل المايك.
नहीं समझा मूसा ब्रो, तुम क्या बोलना चाह रहे हो? वीडियो में क्या नहीं?
ايه نروح للقرية ناخذ لنا كذا نموت ونرجع له.
طيب بلي رقم واحد.
ايه
سوي إلغاء المتابعة وسوي لي دعوة نزلني معك. يا عصام ايش فيك ساكت؟ مش شوهد.
वैसे कैसा लग रहा है भाई लोग ई स्पोर्ट्स का ड्रेस? सही है, बड़ा शानदार दिखा यार मुझे तो।
بكيس يا حسن طيب؟
Atakuyo.
ميتين لا محالة.
बेहतरीन है भाई। अरे क्या बात है रे बाबा।
the mark.
अरे 1 HP था भाई बाइलर.
أنا ما أعرف أصلا بدون أبو غني.
1 HP था या अखी 1 HP. इल्ला भी एंड टाइम पे जाके ऐसा गिर के मर चुका.
والله ده السكوت. والله ده السكوت عصام خليني أنقهر.
المشكلة إن الشبكة علقت علي، خرجت من اللعبة ورجعت. انتوا نزلتونا والدنيا مقلشة معي.
فين أنزل؟
أنا لا تنزل لما أقول لك.
حدد حدد.
حاويات حاويات. انزل انزل. انزل انزل يا.
حسيت إنه في صوت بنت. أيوة نزلت.
في بنت في بنات مش بنت.
في رات في الجيم.
بنات مليان. في لهم قطة سين. قطة باء ما تنفعش معاهم.
حلو.
شوف أصحابنا راح يتعبوا هنا. معك واحد بنجلاديش، واحد مدري من وين.
والله سويت له وانا دعوة بس ما بيجي الآن أكيد.
एक जना बांग्लादेश का है, एक
الناس
जना
قدامنا طيب.
खतर का फ्लैग भी देख रहा हूँ मगर
أنا راح أسوق وأنت وش عليهم.
क्या बोलिए.
ما عندي غير يوزي، لو كان عندي وقفنا بنشوف لنا سلاح.
بكيس الآن بكيس الآن.
वेलकम जालन भाई, क्या हाल चाल है जालन भाई, सब ठीक ठाक.
ما في حدا. شوف لو سمعت اطلاق بوت لا تروح، ترى الحاويات كذا. انزل يلا شوف بكيس. شوف بقى اللي ينزل الآلي.
इधर माल में ट्रेड.
ايوه واحد. لاقي الثاني. لاقي. يلا الأمريكي. شوف من العقلاني. هاي هذا انت.
ايوه
आज तो हाय हाय ये क्या कर रहे हो भाई.
Don't give up.
आज तो
Your
अरबी
teammates
अगेन
can
है
still
भाई.
recall you.
हाँ हाँ ना जालन में डेली वही से रहता, अपनी अरबी लॉबी रहती. आज बोल के डेली अरबी लॉबी रहती है अपनी. अपना मिडिल से ना सर्वर. अपनी डेली अरबी लॉबी रहती है अपनी.
بس عندك دروب كمان يا سلام.
Awesome.
لا شيء.
نبي حق الآلي، نبي واحد ثاني.
इन्हें क्या कर रहा है, इन्हें भी यही चाहिए, इन्हें भी यही चाहिए.
Please recall me. Got it.
فيك يا ولد طحت.
अरे
شوف
पूरे
عقل آلي
ड्रॉप का इंतजार कर रहे हैं ड्रॉप आया तो शिला लूट के भागते हैं, जब तक नहीं
أوب حرام لا 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 تعال 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 عندي يخرب بيته تعال عندك
ليش تتحرك؟ لا تتحرك.
Help! Please recall me.
عادي لازم تعالي
फिर ये तुम लोगों के पास वो है
لو
रे,
شال
भागो रे
الرجل
तुम लोग
عليك
यहाँ से,
خلاص.
तुम लोग यहाँ से भागे तो बचते रहे.
أنا بشيله أنا بشيله
روح لا روح لا أنت.
أوه شله 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 شلوني كنت أنا أمين أطلع لي فوق
معنا غير الكمبرة.
أمين أطلع فوق
جي عندك أنا.
Please recall me. Got it.
चाच बैठे रहे भाई.
روح روح شوف سيارة ونزلهم شوف سيارة ونزلهم
ما في سيارة يا أخي، في سيارة صغيرة ما نقدر.
كمبر 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 كمبر
बेचारे इल्ला मारे ड्रॉप मगर देखो पोटे लूट लिया के इन लोगों को मार के हकाल दिया.
وصل الدروب
मर जा तो मगर ड्रॉप लूट तो मरा भाई नहीं डाला. अरे मूली भी डालने नहीं आया क्या रे भाई, तुम हमारे कुछ बोलते माँ को.
فل بيفنش.
لا أنا مغطي لك خليكي بس
ارمي ند.
देखो इन लोगों को, देखो क्या करते हैं लोग.
خلاص.
Please recall me.
هنا على أختك
روح فنش.
bro, number one, no fight. Please recall me, bro.
الحين تعالوا. في واحد عندك الدور.
راح أنزلكم ها
Go to recall, bro. No fight. Hello, number one, bro.
Okay, okay.
No fight, no fight. Go to recall, bro.
Okay.
طيب خلاص.
Okay. Thank you, bro.
انزلوا على طول عندهم ها
حاويات.
बेचारा रिकॉल दिया पर.
حاويات
طيب.
Awesome.
Enemy, bro.
I'm recalling a teammate.
दे देता इन्हें रिकॉल, मार देते इसको.
أنا بنزل فوق البيت مش معي.
Thanks.
दे दिया भाई, غنيمة रिकॉल दे दिया.
انزلوا على طول. لا انزلوا عندهم انا بغطي لكم.
ايوه فوق البيت عندهم.
نشوف
في واحد في البيت اللي تحت انا فيه.
Help!
कहाँ से मार रहा रे?
رقم 3 الله.
Watch out! Marked a location.
طيب دقيقة. 4 أروح عند 3. 4 أروح عند 3. 4 أروح عند 3. لا تخليه يفنشكم، لا تخليه يفنشكم. فنشوا أبوه.
لوكيشن برو. لوكيشن برو. انمي لوكيشن. اوكي. نمبر 2 نمبر 1.
عندي تحت البيت.
अरे पकड़ रहे भाई, क्या कवर दिया भाई। वाह,
اركب اركب اركب. اركب.
Speed is power, and power is mine.
انا راح ادمقه وانزل له رقم 5. تمام. أربعة. تعال يا رجل.
من بعيد. تعال.
अरे इसकी क्या गेम चल रही है भाई, ना फटुआ जाके मार रही नहीं
تعال يا
इसको।
رقم 4.
روح عند رقم 4. روح عند رقم 4.
कौन
अरे भाई ना 3 जने रह गए, मारे नहीं इसको।
دم اعطيني دم.
في دم.
هيل.
رقم 2. رقم 2. ايش اسمك؟
बेचारे
دم.
روح عند الدروب.
نو برو.
क्या फट्टू गेम खेले भाई लोग। हाँ चाट वाला बहुत फट्टू गेम खेले लो।
I need a weapon.
يلا جو الله يرسل البساط.
गेम में डिले होता जा रहा है यार, समझ में नहीं आ रहा डिले क्यों आ रहा है। डिले नहीं आना चाहिए। कहाँ से रे, कहाँ से रे, कहाँ से रे बाबा। मेरे को तो लग रहा अपना नेट का मसला होगा, ऐसा दिख रहा मेरे को। क्या बोलते हैं भाई लोग? बहुत डिले आ रहा गेम में। हम भी तुम्हारे पूपा है पूपा भाई लोग। ऐसा लाइट नहीं लेने का हमको।
This ends now, Megatron. Prime still breathes. How tedious.
क्या बोलते भाई लोग चैट वालों? खामोश क्यों हो यार? कैसा नहीं पड़ी रे तेरे को गोली।
Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you. Please recall me.
कैसा नहीं पड़ी रे भाई, कैसा नहीं पड़ी रे भाई। यार रे बाबा रिकॉल मार दे जरा। बाबा रिकॉल मार दे रे बाबा जरा। अरे नहीं ऑफलाइन करेगा।
Please recall me. Please recall me.
बे इंसान बन के कूदना बे गेम कैसी चल रही देखो माँ की किरकिरी
Watch out. Please recall me.
इन लोगों की भी डाल के फोड़ दिए यहाँ चैट वाला खुले में है सो उसको मार आ रहे हैं मार इसको अरे मार रहे अरे मारो होगा अब इसकी लड़ाई हो गई रिकॉल दे सकता है रोहित।
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
अपन उधर उतर देंगे। अरे इतना भाग गया इधर। पूरी गोलियों की वाट लगा दी करे पापा। वीएमपी के बचा है ना। ओफो रे।
Watch out. Watch out.
अरे क्या एक नंबर के क्या बोलेंगे बोलो जोड़ो। मार्क भी डाल रहा हूँ इन लोगों को मैं यहाँ है बोल के। क्या कर रहा है भाई, क्या कर रहा है।
I got 5 eliminations just now.
तेरी बच्चोला इधर ही नहीं तो हाय तेरी पीका चल विक्टर से पाट ताकते हाय हाय नंबर 4 किधर जा रहे हो भैया जी आगे इधर
Marked a location.
तेरी माँ की मारा की गश्ती पे बच्चे ने यार की गेम करते हैं
Watch out! Help!
कॉलेडा की नाइस यार मैं उन्हें फुल डैमेज किया है और भैन के यूजी ने फिर भी लाया जी सामने खलो के
तीन नॉक दे दिए जब तीन नॉक दिए अपन एक खाद भी किल नहीं मिला एक खाद
कोई आवे तो दसी मैं माल शाल खुद चोटला
चलो पट्टे रिकॉल पे अपने खुल के खेलेंगे अपन क्या बोलते भाई लोग
ये वॉरियर भी
Awesome.
सूरज क्लास है वॉरियर
अरे इधर कोई भी नहीं है
मम्मी तेरे आस्ते मैं गन पता लगा जी टाइम में
I got supplies.
बंदे आएंगे फिर।
हेलो भाईजान, क्या हाल चाल है? आ जाओ इधर, आ जाओ। इवेंट पे कोई भी आदमी नहीं है, आ जाओ।
इवेंट हमसे बहुत दूर है।
हम रिकॉल कर रहे हैं,
हाँ
एक्सेप्ट कर लो।
रिकॉल कर दो।
एक्सेप्ट कर लो।
हाँ ओके करो। ओके ओके
एक्सेप्ट कर लो
मम्मी
भाईजान।
रिकॉल की उन्हें आ जा।
P90 जिसको चाहिए उठा लो।
थैंक यू ब्रो।
वेलकम भाईजान, तुम सब यूट्यूब पे लाइव हो इस वक्त, ठीक है?
बिल्ला वाकई सच्ची ना करूँ रे।
सही है भाईजान, यूट्यूब पे लाइव हो तुम लोग।
माशाअल्लाह, हम भी यूट्यूब में आ गए।
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
वेरी नाइस। मम्मी तो आना गेम खेली है, यूट्यूब पे लाइव है। हमें ब्रूड शरोड़ ना मारी गई। यार एक मिनट। हाँ जी।
Awesome. Awesome.
और सुनाओ चैट वालों, क्या हाल चाल है?
यूट्यूब पे कहाँ से लाइव करती है ये क्या मतलब कैसे कर सकती है? मेरा भी चैनल और इसका भी चैनल, ये नंबर 2 है ना जो इसका भी चैनल था, लेकिन ब्लॉक करती है।
अच्छा। मगर इस चैनल को जरूर सब्सक्राइब कर देना भाईजान।
Okay.
चैनल का नाम बता दो, मैं तो दूसरे मोबाइल पर भी कर लूँगा।
सेम नेम है, जो आईडी का नेम है ना वही नेम है। जो मेरे आईडी पे नेम है वही है, बाबा यागा YT।
ओके, ये देखो मैं अभी यहाँ के कर लो। तो अच्छा ये ओके, तो अभी मैं कर लगा हूँ बाबा
यागा YT।
बाबा यागा YT। हाँ राइट है। हाँ लाइव है यार,
लाइव है भाईजान, लाइव है भाईजान। थोड़ा सब्सक्राइब और हम 400 सब्सक्राइब पे यूसी रखा है हम 4 बंदों को।
मैं जब है ना ये आ गया दिल वाला निशान हमारा आ गया।
हाँ अभी आया।
ये आप हो कहाँ पे? नंबर 3।
मैं अभी खतर में हूँ भाईजान।
नोमी अटैक लो। कतर में? इधर आओ। इधर इसके पास इसके।
Marked a location.
नोमी। हाँ इधर देखना।
Marked a location.
एक नंबर। नोमी लब भाई। हाँ नोमी भाग रहा। ये एक फायदा है। ये किसी के पास ये
I got supplies. I got
चाहिए तो
supplies.
दे दो यार। हेलो।
I got supplies. I got supplies.
हेल्थ है भाईजान हेल्थ है।
ओके। तेरे लिए स्नैपर एक बंदा उठा ले। जरूरत पड़ेगी।
छः का स्कोप चाहिए किसी को?
कौन सा? नहीं स्कोप नहीं चाहिए। आगे बात करो।
ओके आ रहा हूँ मैं।
गाड़ी चलाएंगे आप।
बंदा
पीछे
राइट
बंदा।
पे।
मम्मी मैं तेरे YouTube तो देख रहा। राम नाल बैठ जा पीका शिका ना कर।
Watch out! Watch out! Marked a vehicle. Marked a vehicle.
मारा इसको।
Go. No. मैं फंस गया। मैं क्यों निकला? यार मैं क्यों निकला नोमी? मम्मी क्या जा ये क्या
Help!
यार नेट ही नहीं चल रहा बाकी पे
Teammates can still recall you.
जी जी बोलो बाबा यागा
Please recall me. Please recall me.
कम नंबर
Got it. Got it. Got it.
अबे छाल
ओ
मार
क्या
के
करो मूसा
निकाल
ब्रो
दी चला जा
I need a weapon. I need a weapon.
इत्थे तेनू लग जाने पैर
Awesome. Awesome. Help!
नो नो नो
ये मारने का
Why not? Yeah, not that. Let's go.
नंबर 4 है आजा
नंबर 4 के है
हाँ चलो भाई लोग स्पोर्ट्स का मैच लगाते हैं ग्रैंड फिनाले चल रहा है उधर स्पोर्ट्स के मैच में देखते हैं क्या होने वाला है सही है स्पोर्ट्स का मैच लगाते हैं भाई लोग, सही है।
And a great connection.
Doc is down, but the rest of APG can keep on going. Rotate around, try and slip this one. Around the edge there they go, and actually Doc could be resable here. Close to 5 blocks though, and that will be a lot of danger for this res. Will be very, very difficult to make it work. In the meantime, Team Secret actually getting handled across the way from Fireflux themselves. Shots overhead.
Fireflux been performing well. They're trying to go up the standings. This is their game to take. They started off hot and heavy. They currently sit at 6 eliminations. All 4 members still alive. Now Catch, I hope he's not spreading himself a bit too thin, separating himself from the additional rosters, everybody else in a vehicle. So that'll be my concern. But for No Fear and Rosemary, well, No Fear tried to stay up as long as he could, but the shed, unfortunately, will be his demise.
Sook actually using the explosive arrows there, taking one of those knocks over towards Hodder. He's going to be happy with that one, but Weibo currently out on that east side, have a little bit further to go here. That east side approach is really, really weird and finicky. They've got that long channel of road for Weibo to roll along on that northern side of the current circle. It spits you out with very little info, which means that they kind of need to head down south and try and put pressure on that way to approach towards Alter Ego, but that's really, really difficult in its own right? You've got Alter Ego who've been holding. We've seen how effective they are in that location. I don't think that Weibo are going to be able to get too much further here.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And mind you, Falcons has also kind of got into their vicinity. Falcons have been the outskirt team, consistently gunning down players, not overcommitting, but at least having a presence, keeping them in the back of their minds are their enemies. And well, we see Suke, as you said, from Sleepy from a distance. Wait, and I know Seven is loving that one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wonder if it was that the straight shot or the explosion that got him though. I have to double check. We'll get the analysts on that one, breaking down the clip. That was kind of nuts, though. You'd love to see it. Sook seems to be, you know, this proponent of
Legolas
of the bow and arrow. He loves it.
Yeah,
he loves it.
You know, it's funny, when I was doing my research coming into this, Seven specifically brought him up and said explosive arrows. Watch him with the bow. Let's watch Order now as they go for the challenge onto Falcons. Rosemary has him pinned in between, and Rosemary is a guy I do not want on my backside. He is truly devastating. We've witnessed it just a little bit earlier on Horda Esports. Now he can do it on Falcons, but Order cooking the nade, throws it out. Is it good? Well, a little bit of damage on Narvalo. Redux will answer back with his own, but it doesn't have an area effect. And Redux is very weak. Order is taking on 2 members from Falcons and doing it in sensational fashion.
They have that back flank as well from Rosemary. Anita is feet, and Ralph and Redux both fall, one after the other. The forward position and the middle spot for the Falcons both going down, and it looks like Weibo are actually going to be able to break through this one. With Narvalo falling, there's only one player now left standing, and Sook is on the hunt.
And I wonder if APG starts to get active in this fight too, because Doc is getting dangerously close. There's Order from a distance, trying to take down Avila, but can't do it. He backs away for the meantime. Still a chance Falcons can maybe recover with the duo in this moment, but the pressure from Weibo is unrelenting. Koa, the tip of the spear, to try and maybe get a couple of shots on the Order. Again, you can't really go back because you got Alter Egos, who's going to be just behind you with Alva. You also got Weibo starting to push in, and the attack is true, but Order will fall. Sook jumps out. Koa's going to be down. Can Sook pull off the hat trick?
It's Narvalo up against them. He can clutch these. We've seen it before. And Weibo are low. It's just Sook. And around the edge with a scar, goes for the spray down, but the heel is there. And Narvalo now at a disadvantage. Takes the corner, takes the fight. And once more, Narvalo survives out in the edge of the zone, eliminating Weibo.
All right, the question is, can he get his teammate back into the fight? Where is his downed mate? Is it just behind him? You'd have to think so. There it is. That's going to be Koa. Getting Koa back in this fight would be huge. Meanwhile, APG starts to move in. Koa's been finished, and Narvalo once again has to take on the entirety of another roster. This time, a 1v4. Arepas with that off angle. I think this is probably going to be the end. Plus, you got Alva, who's going to be looking dead at you. Narvalo in dire straits. If he can somehow, someway survive and get into zone, it would be miraculous.
Spray down. Narvalo slams it into reverse, trying to pull a quick
Jace led there, but actually it's APG who might have given him a lifeline. He's actually down and into the road gully.
And he's dipping, he's dodging, he's swerving and moving. He's going up top to get that member of Avila. Oh, can't get the finish, and that's going to be okay. A valiant effort. I felt Falcons from the start to the finish never really truly had a home, never truly had a legitimate route to stay safe. They were putting a lot of pressure on teams, but they were never able to establish themselves in a specific area and play for late game. That's just the way it goes. Miraculously, though, Yaga Galacticus is doing quite well. I expected him to be eliminated a little bit earlier on, but for APG, Alter Egos, let's see how this fight ends up unfolding. Alter Egos got to do it as a duo.
Moana and Krypton will have to play off one another. The circle kind of shifted away from them right now. DRX are in the center. They're by that roadside. They've got a lot of pressure outwards. Not too many threats to be sent their way. Fireflux, they're kind of on a linear approach from the south side. Whilst they have all 4 players alive, they've managed to rack up 7 elims, sure, but they are right with their backs to the blue zone, and Power marauding around them as well.
Jeez. Yo, Top, go off, my boy. That's 2 down from Thunder Talk. Outputting the damage tremendously. I say 2 down, 1 manages to get out with his life, but just with a sliver of hell. Jing down low. I don't know if it's going to happen. Reefus, this might be a nice nade. It's cooked well. It's thrown out. Doc just below, and he'll take off a sliver of health. Not much, but keeps the pressure on Zing. You know he doesn't feel comfortable in this moment. And for APG, on a tear. They're only on 4 eliminations, but at this rate, I don't know where they're going to end up.
A little bit more damage sent over to him, but the first aid was already ticking up. He will be healed. This is the regroup coming on through. A nice drop on the smoke there. Let's just go for the weapon spot, but the ammo's already low, but they get it. Nonetheless, over the driver as well. Sitting will be taken down, and now Sing continues to be under pressure. However, they can't breach this high ground just yet. With Ida over the way, there's so much going on in this northeast quadrant.
APG holding on tight. Mind you, still 4 strong. You mentioned Ida, they're going to be just up ahead, and they look to be progressing forward just a bit more. So for APG, it's imperative that they focus the fights correctly. And Aaron, most likely going to be the first one targeted. ZL starts to move up towards that rock. Reefus down low, still trying to keep Thunder Talk in check on the low ground. I love where APG is currently at, and I have to favor them in this fight. But again, if they don't do this properly, Ida is going to eat them alive.
Dark in with the nade pulled over towards APG. Thinks better of it. Waiting for someone to give some information away. There's all 4 players alive on the northeast side. They continue their march here for Alpha Gaming. We have been hoping for more from this roster. The names they've got have some prestige, and Reefus looks to start to pick up the pace here, but backed off the angle. They'll have to take another crack.
5 eliminations for APG. This could be a first place game. They could take the first place position. Alter Egos are already out. They're going to lose it. Yaga Galacticus most likely has already passed them up. Scarface on your screen. Now Fireflux, again, a tremendous game. Nearly double digits already. 4 members still alive. They started early, and they have refused to slow down. They now start to challenge APG, but Reefus, he's deadly. That man has been hitting shot after shot, and 1 member from Fireflux is now down.
Zyol able to find Madcap. A nade over towards Zyol's position, and top is the trade-off here. Scarface forwards, does a lot of work against them, but will not win that trade. Gonna get flushed as well, almost certainly there. And have to fight on as 3 for Fireflux, but hang on a minute, no, because Madcap's down.
That's right.
He's all the way out on the flank. I think that res is coming through, though.
To see, catch a distance, trying to keep APG at bay. Meanwhile, Ida has been there, but not really. You know, could they have taken advantage of this third party? Maybe, but they're well within zone. So the question is, really, can Thunder Talk even start to break in? APG, once this fight does end up concluding, if it does against Fireflux, who have managed to recover. You mentioned those revives. Well, now they're going to be a 4-man unit. And I like their chances a lot better in the moment. APG starts to regroup.
Like Fireflux might be able to keep all 4 of their players alive as well. So 2 full force squads on the eastern side. Something also monumental could be happening. It's brewing, it's bubbling under right now. But Power Esports could be on their way to their first placement point. We've got 10 teams remaining. 2 more need to drop.
That is true. But of course, they are at 0 eliminations. Winner, chicken dinner with 0 elims to keep the narrative alive. Let's find out. Well, this is the first time we've seen them really get active this game as they tried to take over the high ground over Fireflux. We've watched Fireflux and APG go toe-to-toe with each other. Fireflux looked to be on their wits' end, but they managed to get their teammates back up. And in fact, this secondary fight looks great. Scarface, let's do it, boy. Continue to push up, get the downs while one comes in, but he's going to be traded out. Metcalf, though, he's truly devastating, but APG answers back, but only for a matter of time before Catch says enough is enough. We're done fighting you. We're the winners.
Everybody turned to pulp on the northeast side of Verdan. Wants more points here with 9 teams remaining. If Fireflux go down now, Power will have earned their first placement point. It's only a matter of time. And a big nade from Ida to close it out. And that is a guaranteed placement point for Power. They're off the mark.
Tarkin throws a beautiful nade, gets 3 from Fireflux and takes them out instantaneously. And now you got Power, who have been setting up quite nicely to gatekeep the winner from that engagement. In this case, happens to be Ida Esports, who now is focused on Thunder Talk, who stayed alive miraculously as a duo on the low ground. They took heavy losses, but they're giving it right back.
They stayed out of the fight for the time being, but now they want to try and wade back on in. King steps a little bit too close to the fire and does get burned. Hits the deck just in time to avoid the spray down. And Thunder Talk keep the pressure on with Darkin falling. That's going to slow Ida down. Going to have to force that res out. Darkin not really in a safe spot with the blue zone pushing in 15 seconds. Not a lot of time to operate here.
Aaron thought about it. Do I go for the res? Do I go for the challenge? Well, Jing throws a nay. This could be 2, and it's close enough. Aaron takes some damage. Another one starts to go in, but it's going to be a little bit too far. And now for Aaron, really the last hope for Ida. Potentially another one to, I don't know, output some damage, but all eyes on Aaron in the moment. It is amazing. Thunder Talk has put up this much of a fight. They're towards the bottom. They desperately need points to elevate themselves towards the top 5 running, but 4 eliminations, their best game we have seen so far, and it could get even better.
Looks like Aaron will go down last. And Ida, very, very down on their luck. Now it's just Emre who was across the way, disengaged from that fight for the longest time. Finally, one of the Power players gets taken away from this, and Easy on the forefront will need a little bit of a rescue mission from the rest of the team. Not going to be easy, and actually it's Ragnar who gets caught on the sidelines. So Easy able to find that shot, and DRX now starting to come alive here. They've been in this compound for the longest time, and they want to try and inflict pain now onto the rest of the circle. But El Hadji is still on the hunt.
Yes, he is. For Ragnar's sake, though, I think he tried to get a little bit too fancy on the off angle, and it ended up being his undoing. And, well, he loses his life in the meantime. For Power, though, they look great. DRX is the only team, though, who is left alive with 4 members. But Power's positioning is great. They're hitting wonderful shots, but you gotta appreciate DRX. Able to utilize this low ground, this little divot. They're going to be devastating. Power, it's going to be hard to knock DRX off of this spot.
Yangon Galacticos as well on that northern side. Going to be difficult to navigate there. You've got solos on every single side of the circle, and right now the most dangerous one is probably Loxy on that southwest edge for Regnum Karya.
I would say so. Loxy could be devastating. Say Cloud, though, hits a nice shot, and that's going to be 2 from Power, dropping off, and the chances of making it to top 3 to the podium now ends. But as you said it best, they do get some placement points, so there is a positive for Emery. He tried his best to stay alive, but DRX takes him out without any drama whatsoever. We're now down to our top 3.
Okay, this should be a free win for DRX right now. They've been able to hold this compound for so long. It's 2 solos, and neither of the solos are in this next circle. They've got control of the hillside. They're in overexposed positions. So Easy goes down, and that is going to be a nice pickup, actually. Hang on a minute.
Very nice.
I said it should be a free win. Hang on a minute. We're just getting word that I lied. I lied to you.
Well, let's see what ends up happening. The pickup might be able to come through. We mentioned Loxy as well, right? From Regnum Karya. He's going to be potentially devastating. And both players, right, from Yangon Galacticus as well as Loxy from Regnum Karya, they're going to be pincering in this DRX roster. Looks to be a beautiful nade. I believe it does connect just a little bit. Here comes DRX. Now, I don't want them to get too aggressive here. They now have 2 players down low, and overexposing yourself to Say Cloud might be a reason why these solos could take a win.
SayCloud has a brilliant sideswipe here, right? You can see that ridge line that rolls down the hill away from Hyunbin. That is what SayCloud is playing on. So Hyunbin flexing down this way. I really like this idea. Loxy should be taken care of by the blue zone. That will just sort of conclude itself here.
Yep.
And SayCloud, sure, he might have the sideline swipe, but the center of the circle is still under control for DRX. And they do manage to keep things together, right? It's not going to get too spicy out here in the open, and he will fall down. DRX close it down. A little bit quiet on that one, but points are points are points, and they will take those 10 placements, add them to their tally, and they'll be up there with the rest of them at the top of the table.
Without a doubt, DRX, just like Power's been eliminating, right, and getting all their elimination points, basically securing top 5 just off of that. DRX has done a phenomenal job in the placings. 4th place in game number 1, 10th place in 2nd. They fall down a little bit, but 2nd place in 3rd, or the 4th game, I should say, and then 3rd place in the 5th, and then, of course, 1st place coming out right before your eyes. Beautiful job from DRX, highly consistent in the podium category. That's going to be incredibly valuable when we get to Smash Point on day number 3. DRX, so strong, so powerful, and finally able to get a win.
That was 4th in the 1st, 3rd in the 3rd, and 2nd in the...
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC Avatar Frame, Esports Passion Set, Esports Passion Parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
دمجني ضربني. ها هدي هدي حاول ترجع حاول ادخل ينزل. ها عيال ادخل يفنن. دمجت
Last guy. Come back. From the right, coming close. I have no bullets. Behind the buggy. I'm low. I have no bullets. He wants my tree. Put him behind. Nice! Let's go.
Player 456 would be proud because our South Korean overlords are back for a win. Yes! DRX holding down a compound. It was quite easy for them, actually. Joining me, we have Neptura as well as Maxman to talk about this one. Kind of came their way. They kind of did well. Hooray.
They had compound. It was in circle. They outlive every team. They get the win. What an impressive chicken dinner. Wow. No, it was a pretty streamlined win, okay, coming in from DRX. Unlike Noctrum Red Force, though, they don't throw the match, which I can appreciate. No, there's actually a few things they did do really well this game. They were using the southern and eastern ridges very efficiently, and because off the back of that, they were able to actually hold teams away. Though, yes, Kalash, they didn't get a lot of limbs because they're just staying hidden in the middle, just like, don't fight us, please.
You know why they were able to keep teams away so long, though, Matt? How? I will tell you. Because of the quality of the angles that they took. And what I mean by that is that they took angles that had the most amount of information against other teams with the least amount of risk from those same teams. So they were able to hold on to their full squad very effectively while not necessarily getting the eliminations like we see here, only 5, right? But they were just able to hold those teams off onto the edge, let everybody else get eliminated, and take the win.
But Fireflux taking a little bit of inspiration from Power. It seems 0 placement points, 11 eliminations. This match, that's going to be able to catch up a little bit in the leaderboards. Going on to the second page. So quite a few bubbles from horror. Okay, I shouldn't have looked down there.
You've caused problems, Max.
I turned off my phone.
It's weird. I wonder why. But yes, I mean, at the same time, when you look at the elims coming in from all of these teams, right, it's a very technically open area, especially if you account for the fact that there is that big cliffside north of that road as well. So kind of a lot of these positions, Neptura, are kind of covering each other on the middle side because you're expecting all of these teams to kind of fight over you. And that's what we saw a lot of in this game. And you can kind of exist within the middle.
Yeah, it's a big thing that happens in a lot of games. If you can find that dip, it's super risky because the minute a team actually comes up over that ridge, you are gone. But as long as there's a couple of teams all around you, you are able to survive a lot.
Hey, Alpha Gaming able to get himself over 2,000 damage this game, 6 eliminations going into Fireflux. We already looked at their 11 eliminations, so a very good presence from these teams. One team I'm not seeing here that could have been here is Alter Ego. We talked a little bit actually during this game here while it was happening in the green room, how they had a really good position early on and they tried to just overextend their control on the map. They had not just a 2-2 split, it was a 4-man split. Everyone was like around 100 to 150 meters away from each other, meaning that if the team gets remotely close to you, you're going to lose that player.
Very reminiscent of the split that they had on Sandhawk, but hey, guess what? Sandhawk and Miramar are very different maps, Neptura, right? So it's difficult to maintain this when everybody can kind of see you on the cliffsides elsewhere.
Yeah, a big split on Sandhawk and a big split on Miramar are two very different things. Just because it's such a vast area that you have on Miramar, you did have that one player. Which one was it, Max? There was a really...
Alva at the north?
Alva, yeah, yes. It was Alva up on that cliffside.
It was a valley between him and his team.
There was a whole valley, and you understand why. It's like, oh, that's an awesome off angle onto all the chaos that was happening with Thunder Talk and everybody. but it didn't work.
They seem like they're having fun still, though, here for PMWC Grand Finals, which, okay, cool.
Sure.
But you've still got to be able to have your foot on the pedal here, Max, if you're them.
Yeah.
Getting together a little bit quicker, you feel like that's probably the play to deal with some of this?
I think so. It was so weird because you had two teams getting really close to their position. You had Ida and you had Fireflex, and it's not just they're walking around in dips being very silent. They have cars, and even then, Alter Ego made the active decision that no, we are going to remain split. We don't want to regroup. We just want to keep control. Unfortunately, to have control, you need to have the numbers, and in this case, Alter Ego did not have the numbers to take those fights.
Definitely so, definitely so. All right, well, before we get into our last game, it's time for everybody's favorite segment of the day.
Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
You know it. You love it. It's Maxman's Grenade of the Day. Back at it once again. And this time around, we're going back on over to Erangel, its military island, with actually a very good nade coming on through onto Thunder Talk, right onto the driving car. There are two passengers. He knew observation hacky unlocked just like in One Piece. And he knew where they were going to be and gets a nice double elimination. Really good play here from our esports.
What did you say?
Huh?
One Piece.
What? Yeah, but you said something about before that about One Piece.
Observation hacky. It's like you can read into the future.
Right. Is that... Anyway.
I literally got your coffee because you said you liked the French earlier, Colin.
Oh, you did? Well, they've not shown you on screen.
Oh,
so
that was unfortunate. It's on the desk, okay? I promise. It's there.
Thanks. I needed that. Also, you picked a serious nade. I'm impressed. Well done. Thanks for that. That was great.
Yeah, Maxman's nade of the day can be all good or bad. It can be the two extremes.
You never know.
Whoa.
It's a mystery. What will happen tomorrow? Find out tomorrow. But it is time to go to the casters for the final game of the day. It's Miramar.
Thank you very much, guys, over on the desk. Of course, we're going to be shifting into, what is it, like Gear 5 or something? I don't know. That's
10,
a One Piece
baby.
reference.
We're going to 10.
That's a One Piece reference for Maxman specifically. I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm sure he enjoyed it greatly. As we are going to be heading on into the last match today. It is match number 6. It is Miramar. It's the desert. It's getting hot. It's getting spicy. Hopefully our teams can keep up and keep the sweat off their brow, because they are going to need to remain cool, calm, and or
collected. Let's get it going. Game number 6, the final game of day number 1. The final chance to elevate yourself up into the top 5 to truly contest for the final championship run. Who's it gonna be? Well, we're gonna find out on day number 3. Now, last Miramar was exciting. A lot of great rotations, and honestly, even the solos playing towards the end, in my opinion, were putting up a wonderful fight that could have very well dismantled the team of DRX. Shingon Galactica's team that's been performing highly well today. The fact that they made it through into top 2 is great, because I believe they were a duo for the longest time. So good on them. Shingon Galactica's performing so well, but DRX taking the cake when it comes to, I believe, our most consistent team podium in I believe, what, 3 out of the 5 games we've had so far.
it's a pretty difficult record to beat. DRX, I mean, getting that chicken dinner in the 5th match, it's kind of nutty. That's why they're on the top of the pile right now, maintaining that consistency. Not as loud as other teams, looking at you, Power. But either way, they have managed to keep up that record. And 46 points on 5 matches is a very solid result, right? It's 4 points shy of that 10-point average that we always talk about when it comes to teams in that first place spot. If you're above 10 points, if you're around that 10-point average, you are in the contest for that first place spot on the lobby. The plane path from Puerto Paraiso up towards El Pozo, a lot kinder than the first time around Miramar today. That was a heavy south plane cut, and this time around, it's going to be a little bit more relaxed for our teams to getting on their way. So potentially no hot drop, or at least no pursuit over towards the Falcons on this one for El Pozo.
Well, we'll find out, right? Falcons did have quite a few teams around them, and it was Hora and Falcons who ended up kind of, you know, tussling with each other, but we'll see if that ends up happening this time around. And let's not forget Yangon Galacticus also coming up behind them. It was kind of contested towards El Pozo. Might see the same thing here as, well, Smile tends to drop out, and I think he's going to take over that southern portion. It took a little bit of time before they finally ended up in contention with Hora as well as Falcons up there towards El Pozo. But it's the mad dash for the vehicles, and that's where you start seeing the heavy points of contention, especially between Hora and Falcons, who are very close to each other already as they glide through the air.
North side circle pops as the plane exits our screen, Tokyo Drift style, hitting the 45 degrees, as we are going to be heading up again
to a more northern area. So this time it's going to be a little bit more west than we had last time around. La Cobreria, Crater Fields, that area around water treatment, all of those hills will be in play. Teams are going to have to figure out how to make their way north, not least of which is DRX, who are the most south team right now over towards Puerto Paraíso. Hopefully they can find another podium because they've already got 4 of them. Why not get another?
Why not? Get another one. 4 out of the 6. That would be huge for them. And again, Smash Point, day 3, we look at DRX to potentially be the ones to close it out if they could be number 1 setting the point threshold. For DRX, this is going to be a tough going for them. They've got to go all the way up north, as you said. That means passing Team Secret, potentially Alter Egos. You got E Arena, maybe running into Thunder Talk, Fireflux. They might take a long rotate towards the shoreline and go all the way up towards north. That might be their best line of attack. For Hora, well, they go a bit more north this time around than they did last time, because you remember they were south of Falcons, ended up pursuing them into El Pozo. This time, Hora changed up their landing spot, and they're going to be just above them, which is going to be great for them. So much real estate that they can utilize, and Hora need a good game here. They're, again, towards the bottom, but setting themselves up nicely for day 2 would be a tremendous win on game 6, and the possibility is here.
Yaga Galacticos gathering vehicles, getting a little bit of loot on board. They're still yet to fully go for this loot phase. They're going to head south down towards Valle de Mar and play this one in a little bit later on. They love seeing the blue zone, right? They absolutely love it for Yaga Galacticos. As soon as they see that blue zone coming, they're heading straight towards it. So they will be very chill about surviving out in this area. A likely west road rotate, so expect to see them heading up towards La Cobreria around minute 8. I think that's where we'll see them up and towards that north side. So potential conflict with Ora and Falcons on the west edge.
That's right, and I think that's going to be a pretty big narrative throughout not only today in our game number 6, but going into day 2 and day 3 of our grand finals. I am excited to watch APG potentially clash with Regnum Caria. 2 aggressive rosters, and with the way APG was challenging fights in our previous game in Map 5 Miramar, got me excited for the prospect of what their aggression is going to hold in this final game, game number 6. They're going to have to go up north. Regnum Caria might choose to gatekeep them. Let's not forget 4 Thrives. I know I haven't seen too much from them today, but another roster that showed incredible aggression and good ability to hold and control fights during the group play stages. They're also going to be in that vicinity. So APG, Regnum Caria, 4 Thrives potentially clashing maybe a little bit later.
Have to wait and see what their path will hold for them. Looks like Regnum Caria on the road faster than APG, and it might be 4 Thrives that does in fact come into conflict with them. But as always, it's a question of which path they take towards this circle. Fighting this early, you don't really want to get stuck down in it, right? You don't want to get bogged down early. Going down within that first phase is really detrimental to your overall tournament performances, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see them wait their turn, right, in this scenario. Wait for teams to push it behind them and get a little bit more drawn back, I think it's safe to say, from those engagements. I'm looking around the map right now. I'm seeing DRX leaving Puerto Paraíso. They've headed up past Impala on the east side right now, and they are trying to slot themselves in over towards El Azahar, potentially all the way up towards Cruz del Valle, and we'll see if they can make their way on up to the podium once more. There's not too many teams that are going to contest them on that.
Yeah, no surprise, DRX, that was their safest rotation. That's exactly what they ended up doing, going across that shoreline and going up most likely towards the north above. Maybe Alter Egos, maybe even a little bit further on towards maybe the northern portion of where Weibo is currently at. For 4 Thrives, full send it straight in. They're going to be very close to Noxian Red Force. In fact, Benny already throwing out some nades, and Naki's taking damage.
Naki does answer, though, with a nade of his own. Unfortunately, it's in through the window, and he's up on the high ground there. A nade up high, and they do think he's on the inside of this one. Benny could potentially catch them unawares. The Molotov, if they think they're burning him out of position, but he's got IQ on lockdown right now. Steps up but misses. Now they'll know he's up on high. Noki now with a chance to turn things around, but more nades are cooking. This is the last one in the pocket from Beanie, and IQ has to dodge it. Will be able to survive. XZY on the off angle. Doesn't quite connect on it either. To Noxian Red Force, not really getting too much with the opening salvo. That one's good though, and a chance now for Noxian to take this into control.
T24 on the ground alongside that of Phallic. You've got to appreciate the high ground from Benny. He's not going to relinquish that. He's going to be truly the linchpin into success, at least I assume, in this fight, in this engagement. IQ's down and out. No way he's going to get back up, and in fact, he's going to be fully finished off. 4 Thrives to one good thing they do have going for them is they have Wolfpack together. So any players from Noxian Red Force, if they push it as a solo, you'd have to assume you're going to be shot by 3 people at the same exact time. T24 Phallic got to hold the low ground, though. XCY pushing in. Tizzy starting to also get active. T24 takes some damage. In fact, outputs some damage onto Tizzy. Doc going in. T24 down. Benny drops out from his high ground, takes a little bit of damage, but through the smoke, hits the shot needed to drop Naki. 4 Thrives are out.
Once more, 4 Thrives fall. The Noxian Red Force keeping all 4 of their players alive there. It got a little bit hairy with T24 doing so much work on the low ground, but they do manage to survive as 4, which is huge news from them. In the meantime, Alter Ego losing a player. Team Secret able to take control of the compound here to the west of Cruz de Valle on the north side of that circle. Potential conflict for them with DRX in the next few minutes, but for now, Alter Ego busted down to 3.
Alter Egos, a good day today so far.
Ooh.
Love to finish off with the 3 stack. Performing well, Wild hitting great shots. Fireflux, who had a tremendous game number 5. Looking to do a little bit of a better job here. Regnum Karya also up ahead. You notice every single team minus APG has just directly sent it straight into the center of this zone. They want those buildings. They want the hard cover. And that's why 4 Thrives was so antsy to get in and challenge Noxian Red Force. It doesn't pay off, but you get the idea. So Regnum Karya, Fireflux now, they want to take over this spot if they can get it, but it's not going to be easy.
Over in San Martin, they're going to have to fight for their way out here. Circle coming on in very, very soon. Alter Ego actually potentially under threat now for DRX. I said around minute 8 for Yangon Galacticos. That has now passed.
Look at that.
But a hard northeast shift. They're going to have to go a long, long way. I don't think they're going to see this circle until about minute 10. This could actually start to get a bit hairy on the west side for Yangon Galacticos. They might need to cut an earlier rotation, maybe potentially through Montenuevo, unless they want to get really, really down to the wire with this one. It's not looking super healthy. DRX, they suffer the most on the northeast side. They try and push in past Alter Ego. It's gone poorly.
I was hoping Fireflux would take advantage of this zone shift and get ahead of Regnum Karya, who managed to get a knock onto one of the Fireflux members. Naturally, they're going to be back up. But Regnum Karya, head on a swivel, decides to full send it in, staying ahead of Fireflux, making sure that if engagement does happen, they're going to be the tip of the spears in that fight. Thundertalk King's going to knock down one from Alter Egos. Moana is going to fall, leaving Alter Egos with just 1.
Both of those 2 teams on the northeast side have dropped players. 2 are remaining for DRX. They do manage to get through, but they're only playing as a duo. Alter Ego try and move in as well, but all under the watchful eyes of Thundertalk, who have only been able to extract 2 points from it, but they've opened up the east side nicely for themselves to stay alive for a lot longer. E-Arena to their south shouldn't pose too much of a worry for them. The hillsides will keep them safe. Take a look at the replay. Okay, little spin out in the open, catches the rear tire, a nice little pickup for Alva.
And Alva will be the last one alive for Alter Egos. So if he can pull off shots like that, even as a solo, he could be truly devastating to the complete rosters who are 3 and 4 stacks outside of DRX, right? Everybody else has 3 or 4 members. Falcons does have a down player, and I don't know if it was due to, well, actually it might be because of Hora, who is starting to move in. Hora and Falcons, even off the start of the last game, and then of course going into this game, you knew they were going to have a clash at some point. At a certain moment, Falcons or Hora have to put their foot down and establish dominance over this engagement and rotation to force a change for the other roster. Team Secret also moving in.
Nade over the top, this could be good. Onto Ralph, does manage to blast him out of the buggy. Redox hopping in, repositioning it, getting a little bit more cover down the hill. They've dropped to smoke almost immediately, and the Falcons scrambling to pick this one back up. I don't think they're going to be able to commit to get Ralph back. There's too many off angles to contend with. Redox in the front of the buggy. His teammates keeping him safe though. An over-aggressive push from Team Secret drops them a player, but again, it's those off angles coming on in, and it's Sleepy to catch Redox sleeping.
Yeah, Sleepy has been a nuisance. A nuisance from a distance. Zera's caught out in the open. Sky takes him out. Hora potentially profiting off of this third party in a big way. They're already at 2 eliminations. They continue to push up to pressure and potentially get the full finishes on Team Secret.
Where are Yangon Galacticos? They should be in this fight right now.
In the blue zone.
Going up and towards the 12th minute, and they have yet to enter this circle. It's going to get a little bit too hard to overheal this one, and again, they're on the far side of things. You can see them all the way out onto the west, and they could really have an impact here if they crash into the back of Horror.
Team Falcon just trying to stay alive. Just a duo. They're out of there. Koa, Narvalo managed to find a little bit of respite in the hard cover. But meanwhile, for Horda and Team Secret, Horda has done so much damage on the Team Secret roster that you have to favor them in this moment. And while they continue to push up, they refuse to bow the knee. And for Drake, he's going to go ahead and join Frankie up ahead as Team Secret start to recover just a little bit, but only just.
Unwedging the vehicle there, it looks like. They will keep themselves nice and mobile. Team Secret on the northwest side. Horror going to try and push on through. Weibo, with all 4 players alive, playing on the southwest side right now. East edge of water treatment as well. A nice ridgeline under control. Power, they're a little bit more central. They are under the watchful eyes of Weibo, but they don't have to move. They will be able to chill out for the time being. We know how much they like to get stuck in, though, so maybe things could get a little bit hot.
Well, I just love the fact that they're as central as they are. So the next stage most likely still going to favor that of power, which is going to be interesting because Yangon Galacticos finally get out of the blue zone after, what, the 14th minute, start to move in towards water treatment. You got Fireflux, Weibo, who's still in the air. You've got plenty of teams. Power might potentially be able to gatekeep. This might be a tremendous game for Power depending on how they choose to play it.
My eyes are on E-Arena right now, and so is the camera, luckily, because they have severely underperformed expectations.
Without a doubt.
Coming through from the survival stages, they were looking good, they were looking powerful. I mean, obviously, you've got a couple of standout players. I think Mormon is probably a very notable player on the roster of E-Arena. They have been in disarray so far today. So to close out day 1 with a strong game, I think would be necessary for them to even be in the conversation for the front page, potentially.
I agree, yeah.
At this stage, though, they are going to have to hold their nerve against IDA, against APG, against Nongshim Red Force. I think they've got the chops, but the question is, can they deliver today when they've been so weak up until now?
APG's getting dangerously close to E-Arena. They're fully committing for this fight. They can back off if they want to, but you got to fight this quickly. And E-Arena, as they reposition, goes straight into a couple from IDA. Like you mentioned, Nongshim Red Force is going to be coming in from the south portion, still in blue, but eventually they will be up in this fight as well. So if you're APG, you don't want to get pincered between not only Nongshim Red Force, but also E-Arena. If you're E-Arena, you're still in a decent spot. Stay ahead of your competition so you can gatekeep them.
Take a look at the circle yet again. It's going to come through very quickly. Last player for Alter Ego, rotating out to the east, trying to move away as a solo. The circle comes on through, and it's very central. It's the teams on the outside that are going to get cut through here. Yangon Galacticos, I think, have one of the most difficult maneuvers to make. They are sitting currently around water treatment, trying to push past Weibo, who are giving ground. They're regrouping on the southwest, to be fair to them. So maybe a little opening for Yangon Galacticos to push on up. In the meantime, back over towards the arena, they are managing to do a little bit of damage.
APG starts to get active onto Nongshim Red Force, a team that was in blue for a long time. Not as long as Yangon Galacticos, but still a long time nonetheless. They finally get into the zone, straight into the damage of Refus, who is mowing down players and can't get the full finishes, but at least taking those valuable hills away from the team of Nongshim Red Force. I did notice Power started to fire some shots, I believe, on Weibo, just up ahead as well. So a lot of fights going down. APG, in my opinion, has the advantage of Nongshim Red Force, who has to continually push up, and Refus is unrelenting with the shots.
Yeah, they've got the high ground on them. It's going to be a question of getting picks, but they're just not being found. And Nongshim Red Force are starting to fall. They're starting to wane on the east side. Fireflux getting involved on this flank. It's mad dashes now. There's really nothing you can do. You just have to try and sneak your way through, find a little window of something, but it's so difficult to make it work. Doc's up into the building, but I don't think that's going to last too long. They have him on the ground floor. They've got him locked in. And APG can keep this one going. I think the biggest question mark in this spot is what a Fireflux going to do about
Yes, absolutely. Fireflux has already managed to get a couple of downs on Nongshim Red Force, but E-Arena has also backed up On board with Doc. Doc holds his ground from Noxium Red Force. They're not done just yet. You still have, I believe, one more player remaining, but very low health. And in fact, he's going to be finished off. Now, Terry, he's down. You mentioned what would Fireflux do? Well, they choose to challenge the forward members of the arena who pushed out of their hardcover, mind you, getting overly aggressive and now getting potentially punished.
Fireflux. Pretty nasty with the nades. The ordnance is on point, and on the south side, they are opening the door to push on in. Maybe even move through their reses as well. They've got Solus down. I think that's already getting picked back on up. And E-Arena, they're blasted down to 2. No elims on this fight. They had a hold onto a 3-way engagement, and they have not got any value for it. It's not looking good.
I just don't understand why they felt the need to send 2 players forward. Maybe they were expecting to have a bit more of an off angle with the third party, but Fireflux is ready for them and gunned them down. Good utility on the nades as well. E-Arena, in my opinion, waste a tremendous opportunity. They had this setup. They're well within the zone. Fireflux, APG, once these fights conclude, are pushing directly into you. There was no reason to send 2 players up ahead, but they did it anyways. And now Joker and Mormon have to go at it alone.
After a big elim game last time around, Fireflux looking to try and convert. They've already posted 6. Sure, they've lost a player, but they will be able to march on forwards. You'd imagine that they're going to try and crash onto the E-Arena position, or maybe not crash, but walk up to at least. However, as 3 players, that's going to be a lot harder than it would have been as 4. APG do have the numbers, but they are trapped on the far side of the road. It's going to be a lot harder for them to get across unscathed.
And I do wonder about Order, who's kind of being a little bit weird hanging out off in the distance. You know, a couple of shots could put a team in disarray. Sleepy challenging that of Team Secret. Hora and Team Secret have been opposite of each other for quite some time. They've managed to get a lot of damage and even at times a couple of knocks, but they both managed to get back up, and they're going to be both 4 stacks challenging each other straight ahead. For Yangon Galacticos, 2 members that might be able to fire onto Jaiki depending, but for Xeris, well, he's going to be up ahead looking to take down Hora. Let's see who wins the engagement.
Team Secret committing up towards Hora as they rotate away from the outpost of Yangon Galacticos. 4 positions for Team Secret, not quite getting the angles just yet. Thundertalker up in the distance as well. Could be a little bit of crunch on towards Hora. Romeo's been spotted, and no fear, able to tap him away, back him off the angle. I think Thundertalk want to get involved here. They are starting to flex their muscles, and they do need to leave.
Still have Alva as a solo. Not going to have an effect as of yet, but Alva, he's been devastating. We witnessed him take down 2 members, I believe, of another roster just a little bit earlier, but now he's going to be going dead center. So he won't have an impact here, but you're right, for Thunder Talk. Now Hora is pincered. Team Secret on one end, on the other is Thunder Talk. Hora in dire straits, and they have to make a choice. Who do they challenge? But whoever they end up going for, they've got to finish them quickly because they have to expect the team behind them to push up.
As the shots coming through from the off angle, over the way, Team Secret making things hard, but Jaiki actually gets spotted and pinked out by No Fear. Has to take a little bit of cover. Yangon Galacticos still have their duo from the distance, but that's going to slow Team Secret down. That's right. It's actually going to push them away from this spot as well.
Well, in all honesty, it helps Team Secret because those shots that were coming out from Hora, I believe, was going to melt that buggy if it wasn't for Yangon Galacticos keeping that player down from Team Hora. So Team Secret forced to park the bus once again, and, well, they're in a little bit of a tricky spot, aren't they? They've got No Fear gunning them down. Yangon Galacticos also looking down into the ravine. Team Secret, I don't think they make it out.
Back on the southeast side, it looks like E-Arena going to get pushed, going to get taken low, and they may have got some nades on in, and Scarface actually getting flushed. So another point added at least for E-Arena. Fireflux in pretty dire straits. E-Arena may be winning this hold on the southeast side as Fireflux are eliminated, but with only 1 more player left standing. It is Mormon, but E-Arena can hold their heads high for the time being.
Yeah, and it's Order who's still from Weibo Gaming who's going to be hanging out on the outskirts, and I do wonder if he's going to get the final finish onto the solo Mormon. Sook starts to move in, so Mormon, he's going to be at a 1v2. Meanwhile, once again, Team Secret surprisingly and miraculously able to recover. I surely thought they were going to be finished off, but they're not. They managed to stand up, but they're still in dire straits in a very, very difficult spot between Hora and Yangon Galacticos. Once again, for Team Secret, I just don't know how they're going to get out of this situation.
Thundertalk did not engage onto Hora in that scenario. On the north side, Dundalk instead opting to push a little bit further south, potentially towards Alva, the solo for Alter Ego. And instead they've just allowed Aura to move on up towards Yangon Galacticos and take a free aggression push for them.
और क्या बोलते हैं चैट वालों, सब मज़े में? मैं अभी 1 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ।
I won my last match.
और सुनाओ चैट वालों, क्या हाल चाल, सब मज़े में? अपना प्रोग्राम बढ़ गया। क्या है भाई? हाँ?
Don't give up. Your teammates can still recall you.
अरे रिकॉल भी नहीं मिला.
Please recall me.
ये क्या होगा रे भाई? हमें रिकॉल पे अरे रिकॉल भी नहीं मिला उधर.
Got it.
रिकॉल मिल जाता शायद यारो. अरे ऊपर बंदा है. ओ भाई ऊपर बंदा है रे भाई. क्या बोलेंगे भाई लोग?
Please recall me. Got it.
अरे पीछे बंदा है रे भाई तेरे. उन्हें बंदे को मार रहा था.
Help! Please recall me. Got it. Please recall me. Got it. Awesome. Awesome. Thanks.
इन्हें इतना टाके डाले जब ऊपर से गिरा देता है.
Please recall me. Got it.
नेट स्लो होगा ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे.
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
This ends now, Megatron. Prime still breathes. How tedious.
Marked a location. Watch out!
अजान है तो बेकारी का मर जाता रे।
Please recall me.
अरे का दिखा थे अपने को नहीं यार वो अपन जाना था अपन गलती करे इवेंट में घुस के निकलना था इवेंट में मैं घुस के नहीं निकला वो मसला हो गया Java, Tokyo, Baba, Yaga. चाकू वर्सेस चाकू चली भाई लोग। वालेकुम सलाम रोमियो भाई, क्या हाल चाल है? सब ठीक ठाक? अरे इसकी की किरकिरी।
Don't give
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह,
up.
आप
Your
बताओ।
teammates can still recall you.
पिछाना। अरे कैसा नहीं पहचानते यार तुमको रोमियो भाई? क्या रोमियो भाई क्या है यार? कैसा नहीं पहचानेंगे यार तुमको? ये क्या हुआ इसको? कौन है बंदा? अरे भाई ला ला अलग कुछ यार। अरे 2 नंबर है जिंदा अभी। 2 नंबर ऑफलाइन है। आए हाय। और सुनाओ रोमियो भाई, क्या हाल चाल? सब मजे में ठीक ठाक?
Please recall me.
कैसा चल रहा है आपका कारोबार? सब बढ़िया? अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह सब ठीक। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रोमियो भाई। और बताएं क्या हाल चाल? कैसे गरीब की लाइफ पे कैसा आना हुआ? आप बताओ। पीसी वगैरह बनवा लिए? नहीं यार रोमियो भाई, पीसी नहीं लिया अभी। इंशाल्लाह लूँगा इंशाल्लाह। पीसी नहीं, लैपटॉप लेने की चक्कर में हूँ मैं रोमियो भाई। ज़रा इंशाल्लाह लैपटॉप का अभी बंदोबस्त नहीं हुआ अभी। इंशाल्लाह हो जाएगा ना बंदोबस्त, तो मज़ा आ जाएगा।
I'm recalling a teammate.
और सुनाएं कैसे आए गरीब की लाइफ पे आप?
Thanks.
This ends now, Megatron. Prime still breathes. How tedious.
Help! Awesome. Please recall me. Awesome.
अरे ठहर रे, कहाँ भाग रहा? भाग गया.
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
कैसा रे? कैसा?
Please recall me.
Okie dokie.
ओके चैट वालों, इंशाल्लाह कल मिलेंगे सेम टाइम सेम स्ट्रीम सेम लाइफ पे. जब तक कि अपना ख्याल रखो और हमको भी जो इजाज़त. सलाम अलैकुम रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातुहू.